on a tour of the marketplace. Again, that's to my right, to see the various businesses, the representatives, and it's also a great opportunity to network just before we start in the Frontenac room. Thank you. Start again.
Was trying to reach our community. They got credibility in the eyes of our community members, so they were kind of partnering with us at that time.
But finally, in 1992, I got my first permanent job with the 5 minutes of agriculture.
Was trying to reach our community. They got credibility in the eyes of our community members, so they were kind of partnering with us at that time.
But finally, in 1992, I got my first permanent job with the 5 minutes of agriculture.
Was trying to reach our community. They got credibility in the eyes of our community members, so they were kind of partnering with us at that time.
But finally, in 1992, I got my first permanent job with the 5 minutes of agriculture.
So here we work to support you and help you as much as we can. And in this 12 to 14 weeks, we will be sharing worksheets, we will be sharing resources, and entrepreneurs who are participating to be equipped with the knowledge of business building that includes business planning, leadership skills, networking, financial literacy, and how to become loan and grant ready.
But because you're not able to manage emotionally that particular part of the emotional intelligence part is not well connected, then you're not able to get the buy-in of those who would ordinarily become your partners or those who could ordinarily have become. Are you aware of what's going on? What are the trends? What are the benchmarks you put in place? You as a founder of your organization, who are you benchmarking? Which company? Which people?
The journey of an entrepreneur in any business, anyone in life, it's not a solo event. And so to go into thinking that I have to know everything, I have to be an expert in this, an expert in that, you're only setting yourself up for a lot of disappointment. One of the ones that is very popular, and you see them, heck, this is in many ways, this cohort is an example of this, is a mastermind group.
Those are the users, those are the people that will see what you can't see in your blind spot. And I think for even myself, when I started up my own company, I was always just, really focused on like, this is great. I love my idea. It's gonna really, really work. And when I sat and talked about it with my family and friends, one of my friends turned around and said, "So what makes you different, Lydia?" I didn't like the question, but I was like, oh damn, this is a good question. I have to answer it. And I came home and I sat down and said, yeah, what makes me different? Why should people come to me and not my neighbor or my competition? So let's say you've got your idea, you're fixed, you want to start your e-commerce. There are so many tools out there, especially with AI now. Shopify, WooCommerce.
It's different from other products and things like that. And that's where you sell yourself. Even though it's not the market area, it's an area where you talk about your services and how unique your service is. It's full financial projection, but what we have here today, we just want to start slowly. So I'm using sort of your own sort of personal expenses. When you look at the personal expenses, personal expenses, it deals with like the wages, the benefits of a particular company and how they pay their personnel. What they are saying here is that if I'm expecting $15,000 to come into this business and I'm spending $20,000 in that particular month, that means I'm already short $5,000 in cash. So it's not a good system for me. It should be the other way around. If I'm expecting $20,000, I'm spending $15,000, means there's a cash that will flow into the next particular month. You get it? So that's how you ensure that the proper flow of cash is aligned and is in line with the day-to-day operations of a particular business. And so
to you about, and I'm just going to touch base on the importance of having a fully fledged business plan, because you need it to wow your investors of why they should take this risk with you, right? So the next slide that has to do with business plan is your business plan is meant to be your selling points. But no matter what business it is, every financial institution they're open to it. You just have to present yourself very well. I hope I answered your question.
So what is an eligible individual who can pretty much apply for a FACE loan? Who would be eligible under the Black Entrepreneurship Loan Program? Well, it's straightforward and it's 3 criteria. So first you have to be 18 and older, and you have to identify as Black, and you have to be permanent resident in Canada, at least a permanent resident. Church, seek, ask questions so you really understand what you're getting yourself involved into, because although borrowing money can help you grow your business, it can also be detrimental if you do not do the proper planning, which is the finance part of the loan, right? So getting funding is amazing and it can help you grow your business, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword for a startup who do not have a viable business plan or a viable operating plan put in place.
For the business plan, it's important to include a bio that gives more about your background, your journey as a professional, your training, how you got into the business, that the adjudicators are able to, give a little bit of feeling to who you are. The other thing I'd like to point out is for your financial statements. If you do not have accountant-prepared financial statements, your T2 tax returns, there are 2 schedules if you have those. Those are schedules 100 and 125.
You have to look at your business. You have to look at what you're doing in terms of your business. What are you spending the most on? I'm guessing the food that you're purchasing, right? So then you might want to reconsider, look around, right? Other individuals that are in the same business, what are they doing? What are their pricing strategy? Are you following up with your customers? Do you have returning customers? Are you trying to get bundles?
We're going to talk about how to develop a strong brand management strategy, right? So we're not kind of just throwing the kitchen sink at it. We're trying things and we're going about it strategically. And then lastly, we want to talk about communicating that brand. Right? Branding is the ongoing process of establishing an image, an impression in the minds of others about a product or service or an idea. And right, so everyone can save all of that information in your Canva, right? You can save your colors, you can save your fonts, you can save your messaging, and then you just use it every single time.
I have my different customer personas and my brand strategy. However, I feel like the way that I communicate on Instagram has to be different than the way that, the way I'm going to communicate on TikTok has to be different.
Want to try and get as descriptive as possible, even if it's not innovative, even if there's like other people who are doing what you do. You want to make sure that you're outlining everything, because you will find out that maybe you're uncovering traits of individuality, even if it's an early stage. So you want to dig deep when you're answering those questions. So just like your customers, just like you, your brand needs to have values. So that's going to be the why behind your business.
So here we work to support you and help you as much as we can. And in this 12 to 14 weeks, we'll be sharing worksheets, we'll be sharing resources.
Thank you. If we could get everybody in the marketplace to eventually make their way back to the Frontenac room, as we'll be starting in about 3 to 5 minutes. Again, everyone, if you could wrap up in the marketplace and make your way back to the Frontenac room. Thank you.
The buying of those who would ordinarily become your partners, or those who could ordinarily have become. Are you aware of what's going on? What are the trends? What are the benchmarks you put in place? You as a founder of your organization, who are you benchmarking? Which company? Which people?
The journey of an entrepreneur, any business, anyone in life, it's not a solo event. And so to go into thinking that I have to know everything, I have to be an expert in this, an expert in that, you're only setting yourself up for a lot of disappointment. One of the ones that is very popular, and you see them, heck, this is in many ways, this cohort is an example of this, is a mastermind group.
Those are the users, those are the people that will see what you can't see in your blind spot. And I think for myself, when I started up my own company, I was always just, really focused on like, this is great. I love my idea. It's going to really, really work. And when I sat and talked about it with my family and friends, one of my friends turned around and said, "So what makes you different, Lydia?" I didn't like the question, but I was like, oh, damn, this is a good question. I have to answer it. And I came home and I sat down and said, yeah, what makes me different? Why should people come to me and not my neighbor or my competition? So let's say you've got your idea, you're fixed, you want to start your e-commerce. There are so many tools out there, especially with AI now. Shopify, WooCommerce.
It's different from other products and things like that. And that's where you sell yourself. Even though it's not the market area, it's an area where you talk about your services and how unique your service is. It's full financial projection. But what we have here today, we just want to start slowly. So I'm using sort of your own sort of personal expenses. When you look at the personal expenses,
CASA Foundation for International Development is a Canadian not-for-profit founded by Dr. Olutoyin Oyelade in 2011 to advance women, youths, and emerging leaders through economic, entrepreneurship, and business development initiatives. The foundation offers support to sectors in education, health, and infrastructure. Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invicap Corporation, an investment advisory firm. She has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and CASA Foundation.
I founded CASA Foundation in 2011 and started out looking to make an impact in our community. And since then, one is proud to say CASA Foundation has grown, and it's our 11th year as CASA Foundation. The goal of CASA Foundation largely is to actually touch and impact lives within the community and raise hope. You find that within our communities, and when I say our communities, I talk about generally, largely the Black, Indigenous, and people of color kind of community. And when we speak about this type of community and we refer to them, we talk about people that have experienced a lot of gaps in resources, gaps in kind of empowerment and access to jobs, and the right type of jobs, and jobs that are appropriate, that meet their qualification, because we are very qualified people. So I find that we have this many gaps, so many gaps in our community, and the goal of CASA Foundation is how to bridge those gaps.
We believe in the 3 pillars of CASA, that is partnership, mentorship, and sponsorship. As the head of business development, my role is not only to raise funds for the organization, but also to bring in more resources through collaboration and partnership.
Its social impact programs and initiatives are executed through the trifold approach of partnership, sponsorship, and mentorship. CASA Foundation fulfills its mandate and objectives through various programs and initiatives, including the Friends of Africa FOA Economic Summit, which gives leaders across various verticals the opportunity to expand their businesses. In 2020, the FOA platform reached 5,000 participants virtually.
Hi, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this year's Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect.
The Friends of Africa is that platform where entrepreneurs, business owners, or even aspiring entrepreneurs come together and they're looking to meet partners, they're looking to meet financiers, and so they come to that program looking to present their value proposition with the hope of getting connected with partners who can do business with them, or get financiers who can fund their businesses.
In 2015, the Entrepreneur Exchange Program was launched to bridge the skill gaps among youth and aspiring entrepreneurs, especially women. Since its inception, 950 entrepreneurs have completed the exchange programs.
I'm the program manager of Entrepreneur Exchange Program. This program was established in 2015, and the main objective of this program is to bridge the skill gap among the youth and entrepreneurs. This program is supported by Ted Rogers School of Management, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, as well as the Metropolitan Toronto University. I'm also managing the Entrepreneur Exchange Program for Women, which is sponsored by TD Bank and which was recently launched in 2022.
Each session of Entrepreneur Exchange usually concludes with Pitchmasters Contest, a competition where founders are awarded grants to support their startups and business ideas. Pitchmasters has awarded about $300,000 in grants to date.
So keep in mind that some of these programs just evolve one into the other as we realize there's a gap, and then we create another program to address those gaps. So Pitchmasters came as a fallout of that, where youth members within the community are actually able to present their value proposition. They present their value proposition to an audience of a panel of judges, financiers within our community, something close to your Dragon's Den, but not quite, because we don't give $250K and so on. I think Pitchmasters has done upwards of about 6,000 per grant to aspiring entrepreneurs, just to help them start before they get their bank loans or their overdrafts and so on. So it's always a good place to start.
In 2018, CASA Foundation provided support for the creation of Entrepreneurs Point, or EP. This provides workspaces to all new entrepreneurs looking for a space to collaborate, co-fund, co-develop, and co-manage innovation. It's a space to work and find mentors, sponsors, partners, and financiers. EP Academy was established in 2019 as an incubator for startups, offering business building courses and workshops to strengthen and improve the skill set of founders in the area of leadership, business, finance, and risk management.
Well, being an immigrant woman myself, I was also starting as a freelance worker. I was always curious to understand how a newcomer entrepreneur makes his or her journey from the business ideas to a complete entrepreneurship. I also understand the barriers that the entrepreneurs are facing and how they overcome them. Being a part of CASA Foundation, it's really a great opportunity to be a part of their success.
In 2020, CASA Foundation partnered with other community groups, including Women Entrepreneurs, Knowledge Hub, WEKH, at Ryerson University, now TMU, and the BBPA to start the Rise Up Pitch. Rise Up Pitch is a forum for Black women to pitch their business ideas and win grants of $10,000 plus. Rise Up has awarded grants
Hello,
of about...
ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start in about 1 to 2 minutes time, so please grab your tables and seats. I would recommend, if possible, to move to the tables towards the front, as you'll get a better view of all of our extremely good-looking and charming, not myself, but guests, and as well get a better view and you're able to hear better. So we'll start in about 2 minutes time. Thank you.
Youth Initiative, BEYI, to fast-track wealth creation in the Black community by mentoring and empowering youth groups. BEYI focuses on the advancement, empowerment, training, and development of youth groups in the Black community and connects them to access more resources and opportunities to scale their businesses and ideas. The BEYI provided a solid foundation for the start of the Black Advisory Hub, BAH, in February 2022, an accelerator program for Black founders, powered by CASA Foundation and sponsored by the federal government of Canada.
So I'm the program manager for Black Advisory Hub. It's a BAR for short, and it's a national program, and it is funded by the federal government. And we work with 10 regional partners from coast to coast. We do training, we provide mentorship, we provide coaching for the Black entrepreneurs, especially people in the startup stage. So we train them and we make connections for them in the industry so they can be more successful.
Other annual programs and initiatives of CASA Foundation include the Digital Literacy Program, the Afro Investors Magazine, Women Inspire Forum, which celebrates women who inspire in the International Women's Month.
Sending my best wishes to everyone attending the third edition of the Women Inspire Forum, hosted by the CASA Foundation. I'd like to thank today's organizers for hosting this event that celebrates women in business.
This is really an incredible opportunity that you have set forward for us by having this session to be able to talk about, to celebrate women, to celebrate their contributions. But it's also an opportunity for us to know, or for us to recognize that as a society what we need to do to make women feel empowered.
It's generally said that necessity is the mother of invention. However, to learn new things, we must first unlearn.
CASA Foundation is also a grant-making nonprofit and manages several grants for the private and public sectors. The foundation is one of the 30 organizations approved by the Government of Canada to manage the government's Black Entrepreneurship National Ecosystem Fund, a $100 million fund to support the development of Black businesses in Canada.
What I love is the ability to reach the grassroots level. So to teach and train the entrepreneurs, especially at the startups level, to give them the training and the connections that they need.
It gives me a lot of satisfaction to support the youth and women from different communities, as well as watch them grow in their financial stabilities.
We are very thankful to our partners, especially Government of Canada, Government of Ontario, UQAM, TD Bank, and many other funders who have given us, a continued support in our journey.
The work that we do is really important, and because of the impact we hope to make. And I believe that we're making the impact, and we're excited to see the impact, the level of impact we've made so far. But of course, the reward for hard work is more work, right? So what we believe is CASA Foundation looks to support youth, women, and entrepreneurs. That's our goal. The small business owners of today are actually the large business owners of tomorrow. And so that's why we bring different categories of people into the room to speak to our entrepreneurs.
Right up upon starting CASA Foundation, we invited a group of partners to come on board and talk about African economic development. Africans in diaspora, how they can contribute to the development of Africa, how we could replicate the gains and the benefits that we saw across North America in Africa by helping facilitating education, development of education, advancing education, relieving poverty across Africa. And so that was how we all came together after the initiative of CASA Foundation started from me. We thought putting a platform together where people could gain skills and competencies from various experts across diverse professions might help people in that journey of setting up their businesses, of learning more, and all of those. So that was the initial concept of CASA Foundation. However, from what you can see, CASA Foundation has
it's
actually
grown,
evolved.
it's generated and evolved into something quite different. And that brings Fatima into the picture. You've been very instrumental. Why do you think it is so important for Africa, and especially Africans in the diaspora, to take such initiatives so seriously, as we understand from Dr. Oyelade?
I grew up in Africa, and by Africa I mean I grew up in Burundi.
Was trying to reach our community. They got credibility in the eyes of our community members, so they were kind of partnering with us
at that time. But finally, in 1992, I got my first permanent job as the Prime Minister of Agriculture.
CASA Foundation for International Development is a Canadian not-for-profit founded by Dr. Olutoyin Oyelade in 2011 to advance women, youths, and emerging leaders through economic, entrepreneurship, and business development initiatives. The foundation offers support to sectors in education, health, and infrastructure. Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invicap Corporation, an investment advisory firm. She has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and CASA Foundation.
I founded CASA Foundation in 2011 and started out looking to make an impact in our community. And since then, one is proud to say CASA Foundation has grown, and it's our 11th year as CASA Foundation.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Okay, I'm just going to get the script here on phone. One moment. It's a big one. Okay. Bear with me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, good morning from Toronto and a warm welcome to the 13th edition of the Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Joey Gill. I'm a former CBC radio host and reporter, and today I'm honored to be your MC for this great summit. Before we kick off the summit, we'd like to acknowledge the land that we are on. We are on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Wadananse, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Je voudrais également souhaiter le bienvenue à nos participants francophones ici ou à distance. Merci à tous. This year, the 13th edition of Friends of Africa Economic Development Summit, which is a 5-day summit in total, started on October 3rd with the graduates of the Black Advisory Hub's Pitchmasters presentation, followed by a job fair with highly informative seminars on October 4th and October 5th, and an incredible Pitchmasters final presentation yesterday afternoon. Participants were granted rare access to Toronto entrepreneurs, CEOs, and officials, all with the aim of supporting and forwarding and advancing the entrepreneurial spirit. Thank you to all of the delegates, executives, and government officials that shared their wisdom last night. FOA 2023 is being held as a hybrid conference with an on-site and virtual presence. As a result, we request our virtual attendees and participants a little patience in case we do have some technical issues, which is what happens. And for our on-site participants, some useful information. Immediately outside of the Frontenac room to stage right, my left, are the washrooms. In case of fire, please follow all directions. And of course, no smoking is permitted on the premises. Each of you will have Wi-Fi networks on your table. I believe it is Westin, and it's an open access. You need not a password, I believe, but if not, do check your table. We'll be having a great interactive panel, discussions, keynote speeches on the announcement of the Black Advisory Hub Pitchmasters winners, so stay tuned for that. And you're welcome to ask questions through the CASA Foundation YouTube live stream. Do join us and take the Friends of Africa Economic Summit online using the hashtag FOA 2023 and our various social media platforms as well. I encourage everyone to visit our Friends of Africa photo booth, which is located just outside of the Frontenac room in our lobby, to capture your memories from today's summit. Remember to share your live stream link with your friends, youtube.com/CASA Foundation. And later this afternoon and early evening, we'll have a fashion show by BA graduates, the Black Advisory Hub, who have now opened and scaled their businesses. Toronto's Global Television News featured McNatt Fashion in its 2023 Black Businesses to Watch, which is fantastic exposure for one of our graduates. And later we'll announce our pitch winners. Following that will be a networking dinner that begins around 6:30 p.m., 6:15, depending on how late we are. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Imanzi. And I believe the gentleman's here somewhere. Imanzi, is he in the room? He has not. One moment. Here we are. I'll just waste time. Beautiful weather we're having. No, for those who arrived today, my apologies. Well, not apologies. It's typical fall. We were gifted with summer-like weather, which is called an indigenous summer. And Imanzi, I'll welcome to the stage. He's been a huge supporter of the CASA Foundation and the Friends of Africa Summit for several years. And I'll pass it over to you. Please come.
Thank you very much, Joey. And hello to everyone. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Good morning, everyone. Okay, all right. This is good. You know, we're here to celebrate. We're here to recognize the amazing contributions of African Canadians and those that have been contributing to the economy here and abroad. So definitely this is an exciting time to be here. So before we begin, we're going to, just introduce one of the founders of CASA Foundation and of FOA, Dr. Olutin Oluyade, who is the CEO and founder of CASA Foundation. So Olutin is the founding partner of MCAP Corporation, an investment advisory firm with partners in Nigeria and Canada. She is also in the not-for-profit sector as Olutin serves as an advisor with the Africa Export Network, a Washington, D.C. group, investment based in the U.S. And Dr. Olutin has been awarded several awards, as well as an author, philanthropist, an investor, and just an all-around impactful woman in our community. And we are privileged to have her here, and we are privileged for her convening everyone here together. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Olutin to the stage and give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to Friends of Africa 2023. It's always such a joy to be here, welcoming you all, and that's what this is about today. Friends of Africa started on Tuesday. The 2023 edition started on Tuesday this week. It's a 5-day event, and so we started on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We were online, streamed virtually. And it was such a joy to watch all our founders from the Black Advisory Hub pitch their dreams, provide their value proposition before a panel of judges from TD Bank. And so that's such a joy, and I bet we're going to talk about that a bit today at some point. So thank you again all for coming. I think we're running about 10, 15 minutes late now, but I'm sure we'll catch up at some point. So thank you. Today, it gives me so much joy to welcome all our speakers, all our delegates from various parts of Africa and Canada. Today, we have with us, or joining us at some point, the Honorable Victor Fideli from the Government of Ontario. We have the Honorable Dave Smith from the Government of Ontario also. In the room today with us already present is the Honorable Jean Augustine, our mentor at CASA Foundation, a member of the Advisory and Governing Council at CASA Foundation. Dr. Jean Augustine was the first Black member of Parliament in Canada, and the first cabinet member in Canada, was Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons. And it gives us such joy, so much joy to have her mentor us and be a leader in our community, motivating all of us. And so we welcome you, Madam. It's such a great joy to have you. Today also in our midst, we have our ambassadors from the African continent, ambassadors in Canada, the Excellency Ranswat Sowar of the Republic of Ghana is right here with us in the room today. Her Excellency Fatima Meite of the Republic of Mali is also here with us today. And joining us later on will be His Excellency Fergus from the United Republic of Tanzania, and South Africa also, General Miss Fadeni Tandiwo. We'll also have Richard Zain of the Kingdom of Morocco. And so we look forward to welcoming all of these eminent people in our midst today, speaking at one point or the other. We also have representatives of the government of Canada with us. We thank you all for coming. I think I saw Angelo at some point here. I believe you're in the hall somewhere. So thank you all for coming. And we have our people that we call our very own people, ecosystem partners. I am so passionate about our ecosystem partners, and I'm sure I'll tell you, I'll be able to share a bit on that. Some of our ecosystem partners are here with us today. There's Christelle Francois, who used to be the president of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, but now the board chair of the Table of Impact Practitioners, managing the federal government fund, the social finance fund of $750 million. Thank you so much, Christelle, for joining us today. We really appreciate you. We have Jamilia also, who is now the executive director of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. We have Nerissa Allen. Thank you so much. Finally to meet you. I was actually almost screaming when I saw you there. Looks 20, Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Nova Scotia. Thank you, Nerissa. We also have Dr. Rustum Southwell, now was the founder of BBI, actually, but now has become the chancellor of the Dalhousie University, Nova Scotia. Thank you all for coming in and joining us today. We have Richmond Goitse, I hope I said that right, who is also the executive director of Tropicana Community, managing a lot of funds for the federal government of Canada for the Black community. It's such a joy to see all of you here doing great work in the community and joining us at the same time to impact our delegates from different parts of Africa. There's so many people, I can't mention all of you, but you know that you're eminent in your own right, and we do acknowledge your presence in the room with us today. We have Chambers of Commerce with us, Ghana Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Mali Canadian Chamber of Commerce. We see all of you, Afro Canadian Chamber of Commerce from Ottawa. And of course, we have all our delegates, the entrepreneurs that actually make the work matter. All of this. We can have everyone in the room, but if we're not impacting the entrepreneurs that we call our very own constituents, the ones that we've been given a mandate to manage, the founders that actually make life better because of the types of businesses that they're creating within the community, if we don't have them around us, then what would be the point of every work that we're doing? So it's so important that you are all with us today, our founders, our entrepreneurs, the graduates of the Black Advisory Hub, representatives of the Northeastern University, Toronto Metropolitan Centennial College. We thank you all for coming today. We really appreciate you. And of course, people of faith with us. I see Pastor Chris somewhere there. I see Pastor Jacomi somewhere there. And I know that the work we do is supported by people like you so that we can all be encouraged and motivated. Thank you all for coming. For our delegates from Cameroon, delegates from Uganda, thank you. Yeah, we see you. You look different, and so you stand out. Mali, all the people that came from outside the country, we thank you. And even the representative, the chairman of WEMA board, we recognize you. We thank you all for coming. Thank you again. So today, it's not going to be such a huge speech. It's not a speech. It's a time to actually get on the stage and actually start the debate. We have plenary sessions like the MC carefully shared with us. Plenary sessions, panel discussions, we have fireside chats, and so the Chancellor of Dalhousie University, I'll be taking him up at some point today and having that fireside discussion to talk about the impact of the Black Entrepreneurship Fund, the ones managed by the banks, the ones given by the federal government. How far have we come? What's this about? So I do have my speech. It's not that I don't. I just thought it's better to quickly do this, and talk from the heart. It's important that we talk about these things, and one of the reasons it's very important that we keep talking about the resources that have been given to us as a group to manage for the federal government, for the community, within the community. One of the reasons it's really, really important is because we need to know what are the challenges, what are the gaps. We have an idea of what those things are, right? But how do we surmount these challenges? A lot of the risks that have been identified within our community, these risks are not unmitigatable. We know for sure that in the past, perhaps 14 months of 16 months, we become more excited by the impact that we have seen. A lot of our businesses that would never have ventured out, or perhaps whose businesses have gone moribund, now have taken the leap of faith to start again. It's a no-brainer, they say, but indeed, you need brains to get started again after you have been closed down, after you have shut down because of the pandemic. It takes guts for you to stand up again and say, I can make this work. I don't know how, but we're just going to have to make this work. And this is what some of the founders have been able to do. Some of them are in the room with us today. When we started on Tuesday, reviewing the entire program of founders that have been in class with us for almost 6 months at the Black Advisory Hub, and that's a project funded by the federal government that we manage. Some of them have been in class with us for 6 months, getting trained how to create your business plan, how to apply for loans, how to scale, how to grow, how to partner with groups from Africa, from China, from India, by getting online, because a lot of people appear averse, to getting on the social media. But you need to do these things. Get your e-commerce platforms running. And so they were taught in class that you have to do this. You have to do it to make life work better. If you're looking to restart your businesses that had gone moribund, if you're looking to expand, to generate enough revenue, to cover your cost, to hire more staff, you need to get on the online platforms, virtual platforms, e-commerce. That's the game now. And these are some of the points and the tips that have been shared with people in class. And this gave them the boldness. We featured 50 founders in the last 3 days, 50 of them pitching, sharing their value proposition, creating new innovation, and so on. This is what we are about. This is what the Black community is about. And this Friends of Africa particularly is not just about Black community. It's about what we have to offer, the value proposition of each person, the groups that support us in terms of the ecosystems, and they're all here today. And that's why I had to mention some of their names, so you can actually get connected to them. So at the end of the day, during our tea breaks, during the lunch sessions, because we do have a day packed full of events, of sessions and different features, you will get to meet with some of these entrepreneurs. You need to get to meet with them. You need to get connected with them. It is important because you learn from their stories. How did you get your funding? How did you get your capital? Who mentors you? Where can we go? How did you scale? Are you doing business outside of Canada? How did you get it? And that's why it's called Friends of Africa. They're not Africans alone. They are the people who want to do business in Africa, for Africa, with Africans. That's why it's called Friends of Africa. I encourage all of you to get connected at any point at the different sessions. This is really important for us. And lastly, as we go on this journey, we realize also that the African rising narrative is rife here, and of course, it can only be shared succinctly, eloquently, and efficiently, impactfully by Africans themselves. And so it's important that we keep telling our own stories, because the stories actually define who we are. It's important that we do this ourselves so that the world hears the stories, your story, my story, her story, his story, and then they can make some informed decisions about the kind of people we are. Some of the stories you hear out there, they don't represent us. They are not the very people that we are. And so today, as we wrap up, we plan, some of you have been to the MarketPlace. So these are some of the founders being trained for you to see the products, what they sell. We do business. We do bigger business. Some of them we can bring into these rooms. But at least you get a sense of what's going on when you see these types of people in the MarketPlace. However, when you also go on around 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock today, and I encourage you all to wait, and that's why we're starting a bit, we usually start at 8 o'clock, but we've changed it this year to about 10:30, so that you can all get to see what's going on. You'd notice that we have the runway, and that's because some of the the Black Advisory Hub graduates are in fashion and in business. And so we'll have some of them, particularly some of those ones showcased by the Global TV News in February this year. We have them come, let's see what they have to offer. Let's encourage them, because you can tell their stories. The more you know about them, the more you can share with other people. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming in today. I encourage all of us to network, to mingle, to make sure you share your stories. And the journey begins with you. It doesn't end with you. Make sure there's somebody that you're telling about the goodness of Africa. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And then now I'm going to bring to the stage Her Eminence, the Honorable Jean Augustine, to provide us some welcome remarks, encourage all of us, motivate us, and share with us a few tips on how to make this work better. All right. Thank you again, Dr. Jean Augustine.
Bonjour, madame. Bonjour. Hello, good morning. And it is an important day for us as community to come together. One of the things that we attempt to do is to make the weather and the weather conditions such that those of you who are coming from Africa could somehow find a bit of warmth that there is. How many of you find it really very warm October the 7th? We made it especially so for those who are visiting us. So I want to begin then by greeting ambassadors and excellencies, President of University, Dr. Ferrin, who is here, Chancellor and educator and educators, all the delegates who've come from different places that have been identified by our president, representative of the governments of Canada and also government of Ontario. It is a great opportunity and an occasion for us to gather here to reflect on the work that we're all doing in the community and to reflect on the fact that it takes all of us to move the agenda forward. When I talk about Canada, I talk about Canada as a work in progress. We're not there yet. We are working to make a society where we can say strongly and firmly that we are a diverse society, that we are an inclusive society, and that each and every one of us has the opportunity to reach our full potential. And this is what CASA Foundation is all about. There is an excellent booklet that talks about the work of the foundation. I hope all of you will be taking one of those booklets home and finding some opportunities or an opportunity sometime to go through the different programs. We have extended ourselves not only in the Toronto area, but you'll see that we have offices in Ottawa, in Vancouver, and in other places where there are African Canadians doing really good things. As I walk through the marketplace, you can see the creative ideas of young people. And I say young people because I just turned 86. So anyone under 86 for me is a young person. And as I look at the young people and I see the projects, the businesses, the ideas that they're putting out that are so essential and important for all of us. And I think it's important that we do business with our own. That, you know, I will change my pattern of skincare because there is a young person or young people who are doing and making products that I can access and use. They talk about, and there is talk about how many times the dollar spins around in our Black community. And we want to make sure that we have that spin and that we can say affirmatively that we do business with our own, we encourage our own, so that they could become the big enterprises of the future. But one of the things I need to encourage all of us encourage all of us to realize that as we build businesses, that the issue of accountability is important, and that as we work in community, we learn about community. Oftentimes, business people have their nose into the business and the business aspect, and somehow become so engaged that the community efforts around them are not fully realized. And so we say participate, we say give back, and at the same time we say to the community, recognize what is happening, recognize what the young people are doing, recognize the business ventures that there are out there, and support them. I came to Canada in 1960 from Grenada. And when I came, Canada, and Toronto in particular, was a different place. And many of you who've heard me speak in various avenues have heard me stress the point that we had no Charter of Rights and Freedom, we had no Human Rights Code, we had no parents and school community relations, we had no police community relations. We had no one on the television reading the news. We had none of those things that today are part of what you call social media. And so there were people on the ground that were really pushing, activists who were really pushing to make sure that things happened in Canadian society. And so as we grow our business, as we show governments that we could be responsible, and these are the needs of community. This is what will help us to be part of this community and community building activities. And so it's important for us to know our own history, know what has happened in the past, know about the struggles that have led us to where we are, realize that we have a responsibility to collaborate and to partner in every aspect of life in the society, and know that Africa and the Africans are doing well and doing as much as is possible within their sphere of endeavor. And it's important for us to reach hands, to share, and also to benefit from the advances that they too are making. We should be proud African people as we talk about Black programs, entrepreneurship, the social programs that we need to address, the advances that we need to make, and what we need to do with governments to have them understand the situation of our organizations in the society. And so I'm really so happy, so very pleased to have seen the marketplace today. So very pleased to have had the opportunity to watch some of the pitches that were made. And so very grateful for the donors, the supporters, the collaborators who work with us at the foundation, the CASA Foundation and the Friends of Africa. So my words are words of welcome, my words are words of congratulation, and my words are words of encouragement that we all work together for this just and diverse and inclusive society that we all want. Merci beaucoup.
And if we could get a round of applause for Seriously, I would say, Madame, you are a national treasure. So thank you, Madame Augustine, for your kind words. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Vic Fedeli, the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, and Chair of Cabinet for the Province of Ontario. Do we have the Honorable Mr. Fedeli here? Please come to the stage if you're close by. Is he? He's on Zoom. Oh, my apologies, via Zoom. I thought this gentleman was in person. I'll let our technical crew allow the Honorable Mr. Fedeli join us via Zoom. Again, thank you for your patience. It's a technical world. Listen, we all have these things. Are you here? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. We're going to attempt to connect a couple more times. I'm reminded of technical issues. The Mars rover on the planet of Mars froze. This is a true story. So NASA sent a signal 90 million kilometers away to have the Mars rover hit itself with a shovel in order to get it working again. And it worked. I share that because I find that hilarious. But things happen. And if we're not able to have the minister in a minute, we'll just continue directly to the panel. Oh, we're holding? Yes. We'll continue. That's fine. Technical issues, my apologies. So we'll continue straight on to our first panel of 4 panels today. The first panel for the Friends of Africa Economic Summit is the theme, Creating Wealth Through the BIPOC Business Ecosystem. Our moderator will be Christine Francais, Board Chair, Table of Impact Investment and Practitioners. We also have, joining with hopefully a keynote speech if possible, is Dr. Gervin Furen, the president of George Brown College, former vice chancellor of Brock University. And if we have Christine in the house, I'll allow her to come to the stage, please. Thank you. And if we could get the rest of our panelists up on stage, I believe we have, who's joining our panel, Christine? Thank you, if you could just say.
So, hi everyone. We have a wonderful list of panelists that will be joining us for this great conversation. First up, we have Narissa Allen, who is the president and CEO of Black Business Association in Vancouver, BC. We also have with us Dr. Jamila Aman, who's the executive director of Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And with us, we also have Mr. Raymond Geist, who's the Executive Director of Tropicana Community Services. Excellent. So good morning, everyone. We're excited to kick things off with our first panel today. As you can see with us, we have a great group of leaders leading Black-led organizations, Black-led, Black-focused organizations across Canada. To kick things off, given that this conversation is about creating wealth within the Black ecosystem of Canada, first question is really around, there's been a lot of movement in the recent years around economic development, access to capital, as we know that that is a key issue for a lot of Black entrepreneurs in this country. And so what are some ways that you believe that we can improve access to capital for BIPOC entrepreneur businesses to ensure that they have the financial resources to thrive within their businesses? Let's start off with you.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, and it's good to be here, and just congratulations to CASA on the Friends of Africa conference. Expanding access to capital, and this has been a, we all know this is one of the one of the big barriers to Black businesses, allowing them to grow and scale. Thinking about financial institutions and the criterions that they use to qualify Black businesses for loans, I think it would be important to encourage the use of alternative data for underwriting, right? So expanding the categories or the kinds of data they use to qualify Black businesses, I think is one way to expand access to capital. I think we could look at expanding the support for minority depository institutions, so a Black credit union. We know that a minority-owned or where there's a majority minority ownership in such institutions, they make larger amounts of loans to small businesses where Black businesses are overrepresented. And so that's going to have an impact on Black businesses within that SME category. But I think that you could go a step further, not just waiting for that trickle down to happen, but you need to carve out intentional or specific provisions that target Black businesses. And so those are just a couple of sort of top of mind things that I think can have sort of big bang for the buck, so to speak, pardon the pun, but that can have large impact on the Black businesses and Black entrepreneurs.
Well said, thank you. I'd like to ask the same questions to our other panelists. So Dr. Iman, please.
Good morning, congratulations to the CASA Foundation and the Friends of Africa. It's wonderful to see Friends of Africa from every corner of the world, you know, all shades of colors, the blue, black, yellow, white, all of us, Friends of Africa. Thank you so much for being Friends of Africa, and it's a privilege to be here today. I'm going to talk, wear my hat for the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. So access to capital, I would say come to the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And I'm so happy that Christelle, who is the past president of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, is here. I'm not looking for an increased salary, but it won't hurt. Don't worry, make the recommendation. So I would say come to the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. All starts with education. And one of the things and the challenges that I've seen that prevents entrepreneurs, you know, from BIPOC community accessing is the, credit rating and all that. And I think the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce does very well, providing that educational piece. First of all, providing personal, financial literacy, and then, entrepreneurial and financial literacy. These are the two things I would say. Additionally, I would say if we're going to wait for the institutions to provide us money, I think we have got a long way to go. I think I've applauded my colleagues' recommendation in the long term to do all this big stuff is amazing, but it's not going to be given to us, so we need to create it. And you know what? We need to leverage the power of leveraging, investing other people's money. I can tell you as a little fish, myself personally, the first thing that I did was use my RSP to buy my first little house, and then I leveraged that to create a market on Parliament Street. I think it was possible when I came to Canada in 1984? Absolutely not. But I just leveraged, investing other people's money, which is the leveraging my little house and getting, what is it called? Sometimes English escapes when I'm on stage, I wish I was speaking in Arabic. But anyways, you know what? Getting that, the equity from my house in order to invest on Parliament. So I created a little market of 16 vendors on the main floor and a big vendor on the second floor. It still exists if you can check it out. It's a marketplace for 16 vendors. This is the little way of a little girl from the bushes of Africa can do. Imagine what we can do, all of us. I'm not saying this is a cookie cutter and what I did will work everywhere. It doesn't. This is my own way of doing things. But I want to give you an example of the Somali community. You know what? The Main Street banks are not going to give us credit. Some of us have got the 9 social insurance number. We're still refugees. Some of us, we don't have the credit rating. Some of us, it's just racism and discrimination. We need to name it as it is. It's not going to be given to us. So what did the Somali community do? There are over 10 financial institutions. They call them the Hawala. They do money transfer. They're called Qaran, Tawakkal, Amal. All these companies, they provide financial support to the Somali community. It's not by accident that you see on Westin and Lawrence many shops and companies. It's not by accident on Parliament Street you see so many Somali businesses. It's not by accident that you see one of the 4 richest man is Somali who owns one of these companies. You know what? It's not by accident, because the Somali community, they decided that they're not going to wait for mainstream. They need to do it on their own. And they did it, and they're doing it very well. Could they do better? Absolutely. I'm not saying that we need to ignore, the big picture stuff that my colleague here mentioned, that while we're still pursuing, to create our own credit unions, our own financial institutions, we can do on a small scale our own little bits and pieces. There's also something called, I think in the Caribbean it's called susu. In the Somali community they call it shalong. In Arabic we call it sandug. What do people do? Gather money and somebody gets it and invests that money. Well, guess what? I'm not Somali, but proud of my Somali friends and relatives that they do that very well. They do a susu of 100 and 200,000, and they provide it to somebody to start a business. So these are small things that I've learned, but don't forget, come back to the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. Do come. We provide the training and access to capital as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And definitely the same question, please, Narissa Allen. I'd love to hear your perspective.
Certainly. I agree with my colleagues. There's many ways that we can really increase access to capital for Black-owned businesses. I think at the Black Business Association of BC, we really want to take it into our own hands. We think that, we can't wait on banks, we can't wait on financial institutions, as my colleague Dr. Aman mentioned, to provide us these opportunities and this access. We have to create it for ourselves. So what we've done at our association is we've created those market access opportunities for businesses to make their own money. We have to, if we want them to be sustainable in the long term, we have to provide them with tools and ways for them to make money that's sustainable. So we have a procurement program where we train and we ready businesses to get contracts with the government, to get contracts with other businesses. We have an online database and e-commerce platform called Black Biz Global, and that platform allows businesses, whether they have a website or not, they can sell on our website, on our platform, to increase their access to market. We call it Blamazon. We also have investment and opportunities offshore. So what we look at is how are we connecting Canadian businesses to the African continent. We visited Ghana in 2022, and we started with Ghana because they seemed very open to welcoming the diaspora, but we plan to visit all of the African countries. And there we found opportunities for investment, we found opportunities for businesses to collaborate with other businesses, we found vendors for our stores, and we're going back. We went there, we created content from that journey, and now we're going back with 20 more entrepreneurs this December. So it's about showing the possibilities of what's available, how do we increase their access through the different revenue streams. We have a store in Vancouver where we have over 25 Black-owned businesses that we showcase and we sell their products. Another avenue for them to make money. It's about how do we create multiple revenue generation revenue generating streams for businesses so that no matter what comes along in the future, they are able to sustain and be sustainable in the long term. And if they can get grants and loans along the way as a transition step, that's fine. But we believe we have to put the power in our own hands to create our destiny.
Well said. I love the insights that you all shared. I think, from access to loan opportunities with the larger financial institutions is one angle. Looking at it from a micro perspective and group economics is great. And then obviously being able to expand internationally really helps these businesses have the opportunity to grow and excel. And then oftentimes from an access to capital standpoint, one perspective is actually being able to get the loan to either get your business going or to scale it. But then there's also the VC angle in terms of really getting that pre-seed investment to really be able to take your business to the next level. So Narissa, you spoke about the international markets and really helping those businesses. So I'd love to hear your perspective, all of you actually, when you think about the international market. Oftentimes, some of the most successful businesses in Canada, Black-owned or Black-led or not, just across the board, most of them are doing business outside of this country. I mean, it's a numbers game. We have a smaller population, and so you need to do business outside of the country to really scale at a massive level. So I'd love to hear from all of you some of the different programs and initiatives that your organizations are doing to help entrepreneurs in this capacity. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Geist. Please share some of the initiatives that your organization is doing.
We're not doing any initiatives.
Okay. Mike?
That are working on expanding international opportunities. The initiative that Tropicana Community Services has been engaged in is one that is providing capacity building funds and grants to Canadian Black-led and Black-serving not-for-profit organizations across the country. So it's really a national program and it's contained nationally. So in terms of the international question you're asking, we're not engaged in that yet.
Excellent. And what about Narissa? Would you like to
certainly
share more context?
Internationally, because we have the store, we feel an obligation to ensure that businesses who are not quite ready to be able to bring their product to market, we have a retail incubator. And that helps businesses, one, to get into our stores so that they can sell their product at the retail market. But then we work with them to build their business so they can get into big box stores. And we work on export readiness. So we work with Export Navigator in BC. We work with the provincial and federal governments so that we can ready the businesses and give them the tools that they need in order to export their products around the world. We've had sessions with trade commissioners from Germany, from Belgium. We have a very close relationship with the US consulate. We've had the consulate from Ghana as well present to our members, and it's about providing them access, understanding, amalgamating the information so that they know, what do you need in order to have a business plan that's going to be effective for exports. How do we link these businesses to one another? And a part of that is our platform. The national database we have links these businesses to one another. They know where to look for. We're building out hubs for the Caribbean. We're building out hubs for African countries so that businesses can find one another. It's not just about doing business to consumer, but it's about doing business to business. Increasing the awareness. Just like how I said, we went to Ghana. How do we create opportunities and show people that there are opportunities to increase that international market access? And we have to do it by showing it while providing those skills development that they need in order to export.
Absolutely. And Dr. Ahmad, please.
Well, thank you. I think the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, being a young organization, we are doing it on a small scale. We've done we sponsored the first Black Expo in Canada this March, the inaugural Black Expo, and that was the open opportunity to do business with other countries. And so that's in the radar. Today I came from a 3-day retreat, and that's one of the things that was discussed, that we need to open opportunities. The Canadian market, as you indicated, Crystal, is small, so we need to link the entrepreneurs internationally. The other thing that we're trying to do is leveraging the power of partnership. We partnered with the Jamaican American Chamber of Commerce, and we have an intent to partner with other Chamber of Commerce internationally so that we can allow our entrepreneurs to do business in other countries of the world. I think this is a key area. Growing their businesses nationally is really important. However, also taking it to the next level is very important. We have 9 programs, and the program for the CBCC start from ideation stage. People who just have a business idea were making under 10,000 to the last program, which is called the Mentor Protege program, which is companies that are doing 100,000 who want to take it to the million. And we are targeting this group of people in order to do business internationally. And that's one of the area where we want to grow. It's still in planning stage. And next year, stay tuned for the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce Black Expo. Do come and participate. We're hoping it will be in the Black Business Week in October. Unfortunately, we were not able to do it this year. We didn't get the funding. If there are any funders in the room, I can take the money today, maybe in a bag or any form. But these are the plans. So we hope to do in 2024, in a big way. The first, we did the inaugural Black Expo. We want to do the first Black Expo October during Business Week, and that's where we want to target companies that want to do business internationally, to support them and to create those linkages. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you so much for that. I'd love to know, so Mr. Geese, it's great that your organization is deploying capital to organizations that need, other nonprofits that need capacity. And so for you, as you're helping these organizations that are here to serve our community, what are some of the opportunities or what are some of the needs that you've identified that your organization can benefit from to further support these organizations? Do you see any gaps in that space to really help them further their mandate?
I think that having provided or built the capacity, providing grants and funds for organizations, grassroots organizations to build their capacity, and on Tropicana's part, we have distributed about $16 or so million over the last 3 or so years to about 200 organizations across the country. And Tropicana, being one of the founders of the Black National Funders Intermediary Network, where we work with Black Business Initiative in Halifax, Groupe Transet in Quebec, and Africa Center out west, collectively, as a network, we have distributed somewhere in the neighborhood of $60 million over the last 3.5 years to over 1,000 organizations across the country. So essentially what we've been able to do and what we've become is a bit of a group of experts in organizational life cycle management. Okay, so now that many of these organizations have built their capacity in a variety of areas, the next step, now that they're, we might say investment ready, in order to protect that investment, we need to see further investment in things like capital assist would be one area a gap that we would want to see filled. We need to provide funds to the greatest degree possible to now help, programming continue, and not just continue, but to scale. So helping organizations scale and move along to the next point in the life cycle, organizational life cycle continuum. And so those are just a couple, 3 areas that I think we could approach, and gaps we need to fill going forward.
Excellent, excellent. That's impressive. $60 million over the past 3 years in deployment of capital is quite impressive. I'd love to pivot a little bit. And so all of you have shared the great work that your organizations are doing, speaking about what are some of the ways that entrepreneurs can have access to capital to grow their businesses. So, and we've also seen some of the shifts in terms of the actual government playing a role in making sure that there is distribution of these fundings. We know that there was the federal entrepreneurship Black Loan Program. We know that some of the private banks also launched their own programs. But from a policy perspective, what are your thoughts on what changes in policy and regulation are necessary to really level the playing field for businesses to help remove some of the barriers that BIPOC entrepreneurs face? Dr. Aman, I'd love to start with you on this.
I think the policy work is a big part of how entrepreneurs can scale up and to do well. I think the restrictions that are put in the banks, you know, in the financial institutions, I think those restrictions, some of them don't apply to our clientele. First of all, when you're starting from -0, and those who have been in the country for centuries, I think we are looked upon with the same lens. I think the policies need to be BIPOC friendly, and we need to have particular criteria for qualifying those individuals. When we went to the major banks where they're administering these funds, we're asking them, okay, what's the statistics? Your rejection rate? Oh, we don't keep that kind of data. I think banks and financial institutions need to be mandatory for them to keep this data. And what is the rejection rate? And why did they reject them? I think we do know that there is a knowledge gap and an expertise gap, and also the credit rating is really important. And I think we need to do our part as organizations, grassroots organizations, empowering and training and educating, you know, our participants to ensure that the importance of credit rating. I think our community lacks in this area. A lot of I can't say all of them, but some of our program participants, what we see is they're experts in the business that they do, but there is a knowledge gap, and they have a hindrance, a big hindrance, which is their own personal credit rating. How could they get that piece? So as grassroots, we need to look into that piece, and also from policy perspective, the lenient policies where these rules, you know, can apply. I've seen in the past there was a program called, I'm too old, in the 90s, Calmedo Metro Fund. And Calmedo Metro Fund, what they did was they were giving loans, but the loans were given, it was group lending. And the group lending was you have to have minimum 4 people, and the 4 people approve each other's loans. At the same time, the program was used to build credit. So while they got access to some small capital, they're still building their credit. The program was so successful that it ran out of money, and then the former credit union, Alternate Savings, bought that program, and they ran that program, and they're doing very well. Alternate Savings, you know, they are the alternative to Main Street banking, where their policies are a bit lenient and friendly to BIPOC community, and while individuals access capital, they're building their credit and learning and all that. So I feel from a policy perspective, these are some of the policies that need to look upon the BIPOC community and, you know, make those policies BIPOC community friendly so that our community can access capital.
Thank you. Narissa.
Yeah, I think as my colleague Dr. Ahmad mentioned, policies are not friendly to us, and we have to start to reimagine what a policy is and looks like. And I think that we have to take away the current policies and build them from scratch, because at this point they don't meet our needs, and they don't reflect the climate of the Black population. Therefore, if we want to be able to be successful in the institutions that are here in Canada, we need them to take the step to bring us to the table to create new policies. I really don't see a lot of benefit in trying to work with the policies that we have in place now. I think the objective and the goal should be, how do we look at what's in place and recreate those, and recreate them with the lens of who are the people that we're trying to reach. We have a diverse cultures across Canada. What do they need? What are their cultures like? What are their traditions like? And how do we draft new policies that are really going to be beneficial and allow everyone to have a fair access and a fair playing field? One such example, I had an organization come to us, and they wanted us to present to our members about a TAP program, and it was about export development. And that's one of our areas. We want to increase export readiness for our members. But the conversation I had to have with them was, when I looked at the criteria, for one of our members to be able to be applicable, they had to be making over $500,000 a year. I'm like, well, that's 1% of our membership. That's really not going to cut it. And I'm not going to bring forward, a program that's not going to be applicable to our members. It's not going to be useful. It's not going to be impactful. We want to see, you come to us with something that's going to be impactful for us, that's going to be beneficial for us. So the conversation is not going to be, yes, we will have, and you can present our members. The conversation will be, you and I need to talk about how we can adjust your policy so that it is beneficial for our members. And those are the kind of conversations that we have to have.
Excellent, thank you. And I'd love to hear your final thoughts on that, please, Mr. Geest.
I agree with my friends across the table here. The policy level of analysis is absolutely critical to leveling the playing field for Black communities and Black businesses. I think, and just as a couple of pragmatic areas, I think when you look at the barriers that Black businesses face, Black business owners face to commercial real estate ownership, that's another key one. Too many of our businesses are renting space, right? Too few of our businesses actually own the space in which they carry out the business. So I think it's important to look at that level of analysis, because those racial disparities in ownership, they have major ramifications for Black control over community development, right? When we own the spaces in which we're doing that business, we have greater control. So we tend to focus on home ownership, right, as a pathway to wealth creation and intergenerational wealth creation. But I think the pathways to commercial real estate ownership are also key. So I think as a practical policy step, now this is at the municipal level, of course, but I think that we could look at ways to leverage or reimagine and utilize economic development tax credits, right, to help small businesses, which again we're overrepresented in that sector. And again, carve-outs targeted at Black communities would be important, but particularly at municipalities tend to invite outside investment, right? Outside businesses to come into the city to build and employ and do business. And so the tax credit policies are geared to attract that, but I think there needs to be perhaps a shift, and this happens, there's some cases we can point to, but to foster and encourage local, and in our case, Black businesses. And so, carve out some economic development tax credits that incentivize local businesses and local owners to do business. The other policy area I would look at would be that around data gathering, and this is across all levels of government. I think not just the municipal level. Governments are the largest purchasers of goods, among, if not the largest purchasers of goods, right? Everything from software, construction, services, they're buying everything, financial and asset management products and services, right? They're just a huge purchaser. So, and there's progress in this area, but I think that governments have to set policies that require the gathering and sharing of race-based data with respect to the race and ethnicity of the owners of the businesses that they are doing business with. So that's as a first step, and they need to make that data aggregated and publicly available, right? So in the gathering of that data, we can set better metrics, right? What gets measured gets done, right? And we can set better metrics, there can be better accountability, and we can track over time, right? And target the areas that need attention, right? So, those are some, and I've gone on probably long enough, but I think those are some key, just some practical, and this doesn't have to take long, This doesn't have to take long, right? In the tax credit case, these are our tax dollars. Our tax dollars fund a lot of those tax credits that they make available, right? So we're not asking for something that we aren't already making a contribution to, right? So that's it for me. Those are my sort of just a couple of practical policy areas I think we could look to.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, all of you, on your insights on that. I believe policy is so critical, and it's important for us to be engaged on that front as a community to ensure that that is represented and that it can be available past just our generation. Policy is critical to really have effective change, and we also want to ensure that marginalized communities are also reflected in federal budgets as well, not just as minority groups, and then when we actually see the subset, we see that it's not divided equally, but actually specific groups for especially Black communities. It has to be reflected, and that's one of the ways to really ensure that our government is held accountable to ensure that there is fair contributions to Black communities. With that being said, I want to thank all of our panelists here for our panel. I think we can take maybe one question from the audience, and then we'll pass it on to Dr. Fearon for closing remarks. Any questions? Okay, I see a young lady in the back over there. Please, do you want to?
Yeah, no, we are based in BC, but we work with everyone across the country. So we have, in our store, we have entrepreneurs that ship their product from here in Toronto to our store for us to showcase and sell it there. We have our Afro World Expo, which is the biggest trade show of Black-owned and African and Caribbean businesses in Western Canada. And that we've had, our first year was in June this year, and we had members from across the country, including one of the businesses that was mentioned earlier, Mishnat. She was at our expo. So we can provide support in terms of all of our tangible initiatives. The MarketPlace, the Afro World Expo, the store, but we also can provide the educational tools that we offer, business planning and things like that, because we can do it virtually. So all of our services and products can be accessed by any Black-owned entrepreneur in Canada.
Okay, thank you so much. And because I'm probably not going to be able to say anything again, Dr. Fearon, yourself, Mr. is it Guist? Raymond Guist?
Close enough.
Okay, my bad if I'm butchering it. I'm a very devoted entrepreneur in empowering the Black community, and I've been doing it much. And I ask that you guys please take the time to come and speak to me at my table, because I'd love to network with you and get your contacts so that we can further make things happen. Holler back, please. Thank you. Elemental notes, I'm right outside.
That's how you do it. Good for you. Speak up, ask for what you need. I love it. That's what it's about, being an entrepreneur, is taking the chance and the opportunity. Again, I want to thank all of our panelists here. You guys have heard about the great work that they're doing, and I hope you found this conversation fruitful. I'll now pass it on to to Dr. Fearon, who is the president of the George Brown College, for closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd just like to recognize the panelists again, and might we give them another round of applause. Without question, this is a very important topic that was discussed, creating wealth through Black, Indigenous, and racialized businesses. And as we think about this topic, I'd also like to take the moment to just acknowledge that we're located on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and other Indigenous peoples. And as we think about that in terms of our relationship with Canada, with Indigenous peoples, is also to recognize incredible contributions made by Black Canadians and other Canadians in building an amazing society and country that we enjoy. As we also think about wealth, I think it's also important to recognize that entrepreneurship within Canada, small and medium-sized businesses represent 60 to 70% of overall economic activity and are the drivers of overall wealth and prosperity in Canada. It's also interesting to just note for a moment, by way of example, about 70,000 business owned in Canada is actually by black-owned businesses. As well, if we take a look at the percentage of businesses owned by racialized communities and Indigenous peoples, again, a really significant portion of businesses operating within the Canadian setting comes from these populations. And as well, not only are one of the fastest growing populations in Canada, but the business ownership by these groups are also an incredibly significant growth component of business activity and GDP activity within Canada. Anyone who grew up in Toronto, for example, will know of the evolution from Bathurst and Bloor in 60s and 70s to Eglinton in the 80s. If you go to the Danforth today, just an incredible set of businesses, and this is true right across Canada. So visiting across Canada, you also see that incredible vibrancy in anything from fintechs to restaurants to barbershops to manufacturing. All of this is part of the vibrancy that we see. But I also think it's very, very important for us to also recognize that you've got 55 countries in Africa making up an entire economic union or economic network. And in that case, you have there over $3 trillion worth of GDP activities in the Caribbean. You have over $85 billion in economic activities amongst 15 countries. That then says that when we think about Canadian economy and our future competitiveness and prosperity, it will be highly dependent on the capacity of Canada to tap into the black and racialized communities to be able to be competitive and to form trade relationships across economies, not just within Canada. Within the Canadian setting, I think you heard from the panelists not only the challenges, but some of the opportunities. On the challenge side, access to capital. I have to tell you that when you mentioned Susu, my heart went out. And part of it, any kid who grew up with West Indian parents and my mom, Jamaican parents, by way of example, you know that the furniture and house that you sat on or lived in was likely a product of Susu. So absolutely. What I'm getting at is that quite often we underestimate community social capital. We underestimate the knowledge that individuals such as those on the panel that they have forged in terms of their capacity and being able to tap into community social capital and social capacity in terms of entrepreneurship and building. But simultaneously, we heard on the policy front that government for all the people of the society, not some, but all the people of society, have an obligation to create policies and programs that work to build on that social capital within community, that builds on the entrepreneurship within community, to be able to make sure that businesses and entrepreneurs within community are vibrant and being able to advocate and support the prosperity of Canada as a whole. We also heard as well, though, that there are an incredible set of businesses and organizations that have been created to take a look at the broad construct of community wealth and community business. And in the case of Tropicana, by way of example, that was being done in terms of the examples. We know that without strong families, strong communities, strong opportunities, that foundation for effective entrepreneurship, effective businesses can be limited in that regard. So as I think of the key messages coming from the panel, it's the first item is the recognition of the incredible strength and vibrancy of businesses within the Black community. And it really is an applaud to the work that's done year in, year out by the Friends of Africa, by CASA, in being able to create a forum for dialogue, for networking, for individuals to be able to ask a question, and as well in asking that question to say, why not take a look at my business? To be able to have a forum like this that says, why not be able to take the moment to take a look at Black businesses and your procurement policies and programs and initiatives to be able to see how you extend constructs of EDI and indigeneity to be able to have that included and linked into your procurement policies, such that small and medium-sized businesses and larger businesses within the Black communities and others can access some of those opportunities to be able to bring forward their value proposition, their value add, and their innovation. So what I heard personally from the panel today is a set of items. One is excellence, excellent set of individuals who are doing excellent things, not only for the community, but for entrepreneurship and business in Canada. Second, I heard opportunities that the Black community, by way of example, that stands at 1.5 million today, will be about 3 million by 2041. That then says that that is a market that can be accessed only if by some chance we're delivering goods and services valued by the community as well as by individuals within the community. We know that there's a global context to this, and we know that the globe is not an easy place, but our entrepreneurs that foster and grow at a local level also build the platform to become global participants, and we know that some of those businesses are increasingly doing that because of where we are on technology. So please join me in recognizing all the informative points made by our panelists. Please join me in recognizing and thanking them for such an outstanding contribution to this conference. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of our panelists and Christine and Dr. Furin from George Brown College for your wise words, and hopefully words of encouragement to the BIPOC business community and the ecosystem that is actively being built here. I do understand that we have a video message from the Honorable Victor Fedeli, if I'm not mistaken, who sent us a little bit of a greeting. So we'll cue that up if we could, and we'll have his remarks.
Ontario's Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. On behalf of Premier Doug Ford and the Government of Ontario, welcome to the Friends of Africa Economic Summit. The CASA Foundation and its partners have worked very hard to put together this fantastic event. Thank you for sharing your passion for international development and growth with us. There are incredible opportunities to strengthen Ontario's economic relationships with Africa. According to the UN, 75% of Africa's 1.4 billion people are under the age of 25. Now, this demographic vitality will fuel decades of sustained growth. Africa's young people are rapidly moving to its dynamic cities for jobs, opportunities, and to seize the future. And as a result, the Africa Development Bank estimates that there is a $100 billion infrastructure investment gap that we needed every year. That's where Ontario can step in. Ontario infrastructure and construction companies are world-renowned for their expertise, reputation, and capacity to tackle big projects. Companies like Elliston, Aecon, and the Flynn Group. Ontario is also home to some of the world's leading investment funds, financial institutions, and insurance companies. In fact, Toronto is North America's second largest financial services hub. So today's summit will help highlight these opportunities as we continue to grow together. We know that Ontario's diversity and welcoming environment will underpin the networks and relationships that will help deepen our ties with Africa. We can't wait to see what each of you will do next and the exciting opportunities you will seize. So once again, congratulations, and we wish you a very successful summit. Thanks, everybody.
And a thank you to the Minister, Mr. Fedeli, for his kind video message. And now we're heading into our second panel of 4 panels today. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce, as I mentioned earlier, one of my personal heroes, someone who I watched make history as a child, as Canada's first Black Member of Parliament and first Black woman as Cabinet Minister, the ever-gracious and always very well-dressed Dr. Jean Augustine.
Thank you so much. It's important for me to make a correction here. I am not the first Black Member of Parliament. We had Lincoln Alexander, who was the first Black man to enter the Parliament of Canada with the Conservative Party. And then we had Dr. Howard McCurdy, New Democratic Party. So these were 2 men who were back in the 80s in the Parliament of Canada. By the time I entered in 1993, I became the first Black woman, and these 2 Black men were long gone. So just, you're correct, except say woman, first Black woman, and therefore I became the first Black woman, everything else, right? Like in the Cabinet of Canada, the first Black woman to be a minister, the first Black woman to be deputy speaker in the chair, etc., etc. Woman. So it's my honor to present to you the second panel, International Trade and Economic Growth in Africa, Attracting Global Investments. The 2 presenters you had before, Minister Fideli, as well as President Govan Ferran, brought you some facts that I think are important ones for consideration, and I hope that you wrote those numbers down, because it makes it easier as we go into this discussion talking about investments in Africa. My challenge today is really to be part of, or to moderate this panel with 2 of the panelists on Zoom. And so, the head of our technical petroleum is in Qatar, Adenkule Akintayo.
It's my pleasure.
Well, welcome from Qatar. I wonder what time it is there now. The Honorable Emilia Kayambadi, Senior Presidential Advisor on Trade and Industry, the Republic of Uganda.
Yeah, good evening, Chairperson, and good evening, Friends of Africa. I'm unable to be there today, but I salute all of you.
Thank you so much. And with us also is Professor Komian Cedro, the Dean, the School of Business, University of Quebec in Montreal. Would you join us at the table? And His Excellency Anselm Ransford Sowa, the Ambassador of Ghana to Canada. Please join. Welcome. And because we're running a little bit behind, I will go directly to the questions, and you'll have a minute each to answer the questions. They were circulated, I think, before, so you should not be unaware of what I was going to ask. So our first question, how can African nations create a more attractive investment climate to encourage global investors to allocate their capital towards the continent's economic development? And I'd like to start then with those in the room. I'd like to start with you, Professor Komian Cedro.
microphone work, but anyway. Okay, that's okay. First of all, I think that we should remember, we should understand that investors, whether locally or internationally, hate risk and even more uncertainties. And to create an attractive environment, I think government or countries should do whatever it takes to reduce uncertainties. And how to do to reduce uncertainties is to provide stable political environment. And information also is the key. We know all that, but we should keep the first things is to reduce uncertainties. Political uncertainties, provide information, combat corruption, and it's what they have to do always. And whatever you can, we have the indicators, we have all those, and all those are already known. But keep in mind, before being dean, I'm finance professor. So uncertainties is what every investor do not like. Thank you.
Thank you for this. If I can get my mic going, yes. Thank you for this. And now we'll go to one of our Zoom, one of our panelists on the Zoom. Maybe we can go to Qatar, Mr. Akintayo.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you again for having me tonight. I hope you can hear me. I think the first speaker has already addressed what the key issue is. It comes down to risk. I think there are 2 or 3 issues that any investor will look at when they're coming to invest. I remember many years ago when I worked for a big oil and gas company. Any investment was rated on 5 or 6 parameters. Your NPV per investment, your internal rate of return, the ROI, return on investment, payback, things like that, parameters like that. And it's not uncommon to find that most companies will come back to with an investment that has about at least 15%. Now, having said that, many African countries already offer us that. So the question is, why are people not bringing the money to us? The only reason people are not bringing money to us is about the risk. And I think we will talk about that risk a little more when we go to the discussions tonight. So on the one hand, I think the environment is already ripe enough with the internal rate of return, 10 to 15%, which will attract people in. The problem why people are not bringing that money in is because of the high risk levels. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, we're focusing on a more attractive investment climate to encourage investors. So we'll go now and see what the situation is with Ghana and ask the Ambassador Anselm to speak to that issue.
Thank you very much. I really think that no one is going to invest in Africa who doesn't recognize the marketplace of Africa. For somebody to invest in Africa, they would need to feel comfortable with the environment. And how do we create that environment? It's through organization. We need to organize ourselves properly in order to make the environment attractive, not only to outside investors, but to local investors. And once we do that, I believe we can get people interested in investing their monies in Africa. Thank you.
And the view from the Republic of Uganda, Madame Emilia.
Well, I'll give about 4 reasons, and I'll be very brief. First of all, infrastructure developments. We need nations, African nations have to work on the infrastructure development, looking at the rail, ICT for connectivity, but also better roads. We need to look at the policies, favorable policies, with a legal framework that would support or defend investors in case of any disputes. We need to look at the database, because if I'm coming to invest in your country, there should be a database to show what commodities you have and which particular commodities I should invest in. And then, of course, subscribing to different economic blocks so that when they are coming in to invest with us, they are able to go through these blocks. For example, the one, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Then we have East African Community, ECOWAS, and all those. Those are very important blocks to enable these investors to channel their investments through them, but also to create links with the African nations. Those are my issues, but also skilling is very important. Massive skilling of manpower so that they are employable. When these investors come into the country, they are able to employ our skilled manpower. Those are the key factors.
To a second question, and that is around the financing and supporting of critical infrastructure projects in Africa. Those projects which are essential to trade and economic growth. And what role can investors play in this? So maybe we can start again with you, Professor.
I just forgot, but infrastructure also is part of investment climate. So now it's what role? Sometimes, when I look at some questions, I was just wondering if there should be African countries to take their own responsibilities and create those environments, or to look at foreign investor, global investor, to do that for them. I think, first of all, that they should take care of themselves. I will say that for some other questions. But actually, because the financing tools, like I said before, are known, direct investment, public and private partnership. But first of all, they should try to reduce uncertainties, political instabilities, corruption. And so after that, I think that investors are looking for higher returns, for lower risk, for lower uncertainties. So that's the first thing to create, to attract global investors. And by looking for their own interests, they will do whatever it takes to reduce costs. Like infrastructure will help reduce costs, will help promote trades, and so on. So there is a balance of the countries taking care of themselves and attracting investors and promoting information also, because you don't invest in what you don't know even exists. The minister just said that Africans have more people under the age of 25 or 20s, I don't, but also so the opportunities are there, but we have to create those investment climate so to attract investors looking for their higher returns. Thank you.
Thank you, and then I'll ask Mr. Akintayo. Mr. Akintayo,
okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
For me, actually, there's a lot of infrastructural work that is going on in Africa. Actually, recently, like you probably are aware, Ethiopia is building the Great Renaissance Dam at the moment. In Congo, they're doing the Inga Dam. If you go to Nigeria, the last government built over 80 major roads. In the city of Lagos, as we speak today, They're doing free rail systems. There's a blue metro rail line, there's a red metro rail line, there's a Lagos-Ibadan rail line. If you go to Egypt, Egypt is building a brand new capital city. So there's a lot of investment, infrastructural work that is going on in Africa. The problem is that the West is missing out. And the West is missing out. Canada, US, UK, a lot of this, the Western society is missing out. All of these things are being financed by China because people in the West have set unnecessary terms of doing business. It's as simple as that, actually. Go back to the 50s or 60s. If anybody wanted to do anything in Africa, the first people that will come to see is that you come to the West and ask for money. You ask for funding. When the Egyptians wanted to build the Aswan, they came to the US. The problem now is that those numbers are not there. And the reason those numbers are not there is that they are very unrealistically high levels of expectations being put out. Recently, somebody was doing a comparison of what the numbers are for an African state to borrow money from China versus what it is to borrow from the US. Typically, what you will find today is that as much as people like to complain about the Chinese, you've got 6%, 7% interest rate, whereas some of our Western partners, who are the traditional African Western partners, are charging us as much as 23%. The argument that we have there is because people are saying, well, Africa is risky. The truth is, Africa has always been risky. If people are going to build infrastructure, it's not possible to do business without taking some level of risk. And I think I'll come back to what I said at the beginning. There's a lot of infrastructure work that is going on in Africa, actually, a lot. It's just that our Western partners are missing out at the moment. And I understand that they're saying they're missing out because of the risk, but the truth of the matter is that those things can be managed. If you're going to do business with someone, you need to also be able to understand and trust them enough to manage the work. So I think there's a lot to be said about partnerships. There's a lot to be said about trust. I mean, the list of projects, major projects which are going on is unbelievable. There's a pipeline now that is being built from Nigeria to Morocco, the AKK line to bring gas to Europe in the absence of the Russian gas. There's an hydrogen plant that they're building in Namibia by Hyphon. It's a $10 billion job. So the jobs are going on. The problem is that our Western partners are in fact missing out. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you also for talking about what is on stream right now. And so I'll go then and ask Honorable Emilia
Yes.
from the Republic of Uganda, how can trade agreements and partnerships between African countries and global investors be structured to maximize economic growth opportunities while ensuring mutual benefits?
Thank you very, very much. Take out. First of all, we have to look at mutually beneficial trading terms between both parties in order to have a comprehensive partnership. Secondly, we have to merge our agreements with the existing agreements that are there. For example, if the global investors are coming in with their agreements, they should merge them with what we have. For example, African Continental Free Trade Area, or even the economic blocs. Thirdly, harmonizing policies. We have a lot of policies that we need to harmonize. For example, standards, because once we have policies and standards, at least we should harmonize them with our trading partners so that if I transport my goods from Uganda, I'm able to take them to a country with a multilateral agreement. So harmonizing policies is very important. Enforcement of these policies, sometimes we have all these policies, but enforcement is a problem. But once we enforce them, let us also publicize them, let people know. Let us be transparent about it so that people know what policies are there or trade agreements that we have. So basically, those are the key issues that would consolidate our trade agreements and partnerships between African countries and global investors. But also construction, for example, our partners have been building one-stop border posts through under a consortium of Trademark East Africa. Trademark East Africa comprises of several countries, for example, several European countries, Sweden, UK, France, different countries that have come together to support our one-stop border posts so that we could have, so that cross-border trade could flow across. So those are some of the arrangements that we need to harmonize so that they are mutually beneficial to all of us. I thank you for that.
Well, thank you for that, because I think what you have underscored is that the regimes, the business environment and what might be different from country to country. Oftentimes we say Africa in a general sense as though every country has the same rules, has the same regimes for investors, etc. And so I'll ask the question again to our ambassador for Ghana, and the question is, how can trade agreements and partnerships between African countries and global investors be structured to maximize economic growth opportunities so that there is kind of mutual benefits for the investor, for the African country?
I will answer this question based on my previous experience as a banker. And I want to say that when you have trade agreements and you do not have banking systems in place, you have a problem. Most of the Western countries are not willing to have correspondent banking relationships with African institutions. And that creates a problem. The Chinese are willing to have, the Southeast Asians are willing to have, and it makes life a lot easier when you have banking intermediaries, to supervise these trade agreements. And that is one of the things I think is very important for the Western nations to look at. Because previously they used to show an interest in whatever they did with Africa, dealing with banks and so on. But recently they have pulled back, and they wonder why the Chinese are in the ascendancy. The Chinese are in the ascendancy because they are willing to deal properly across the table. I understand that an investor wants a country to be similar to his, to minimize his or her risk. But they've also got to reach out and meet people halfway in order for there to be a proper agreement so that we can have mutual benefits. Thank you.
Understandably. Our next question, and I'm moving on, and I'm reading the question exactly as we sent them out so that I can keep the conversation flowing and we can see where that discussion in terms of international trade and economic growth and investors, global investors, lie. So next question speaks to what strategies can global investors adapt to promote sustainable and responsible investments in Africa that generate economic growth and benefit local communities and the environment. And notice that this question has stuck in the concept of the environment and how, as we deal as global investors and work with different African countries, how do we take all of the environmental issues into consideration? So can I start then with you, Professor?
Okay. Let me say that there is a broader trend toward ESG investment. So, and we have the UN criteria. So I will say that they should include those criteria in their investment decision process, generally speaking. But apart from that, I think that they could also partner with local businesses to improve the social impact investing, to improve the impact of the investment on the local communities. So what I will say, if they include the ESG criteria that are already known and partner with local businesses, they could more handle the community's needs where they are investing. Thank you.
And I turn the question now also to you, Honorable Emilia, from Uganda.
Yes. Well, the main strategy is that global investors should adopt to promote sustainable and responsible investments in Africa is to ensure that they form consortiums whereby the indigenous nationalities also are involved. That actually plays to the previous response of partnering with local business players. Two, skills and knowledge. There could be exchange of youth, especially in the academia. It is important to bring the academia on board so that there is exchange flow of manpower. And this would help people who come from the investors to come and learn about the culture, learn about the way of doing business in Africa. But then also ours would know what should be appreciated when they're doing business with the locals. With the investors. Commercial courts are also very important for dispute management, but also for confidence building amongst the investors. So that is also another strategy we should adopt. Ensuring insurance companies to insure properties, to insure goods and services is also another key factor that one would give confidence to the global investors to invest in Africa, but also generate growth and involve local partnerships. Talking about investing in Africa, Africa is mainly an agriculture-based, has agriculture-based economies. Let us look at value addition, industrialization. That is more sustainable when you go into industrialization rather than going into trade. So supporting and mechanizing and empowering farmers to be able for them to produce what you are going to industrialize in order to have sustainable growth. Of course, skilling is key. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that. The next question has been answered somehow by the ambassador of Ghana, Excellency Anselm. But I'll ask the question because it goes directly to the points that we would like to have registered. What mechanisms and tools are available to global investors to mitigate their risks associated with investing in African markets? And we're talking about things like political instability, currency instability, etc. So what mechanisms and tools can mitigate those risks? So can I start with you then in Qatar, since again you are head of technical petroleum and you are engaged in that work with African countries. Can you talk then about strategies? Can you talk about mechanisms and tools to mitigate risk for investors?
It's a very, very good question. You recall that at the start of our discussion tonight, we have said that at the heart of the lack of investment in Africa, the key issue is the issue of risk, and is the issue of political risk particularly. Just to buttress the point, I'll give you a very quick example to start with. If you go onto the web now and look at the amount of money of airlines which is trapped around the world today, by airlines putting their money and not being able to repatriate them from countries, what you will find is that there's about $2.3 billion that is trapped around the globe. Out of that $2.3 billion, about 800 million of it is trapped in Nigeria alone, which represents about 40% of the global output. The second country on that list is Algeria. So between Nigeria and Algeria, two African countries, almost half of the money that you cannot get out, that airlines cannot get out of their countries where they make business, is trapped in two African countries. So the risk is real. There's no question about it. The risk is real to investors going to do business. Just the other day, they were saying that even between us as Africans, the investment of South Africa has reduced by 80% in Nigeria over the last 4 years. So the risk is real. If you go to Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, obviously we are seeing the risk. We're seeing all the risk in all of these countries, political risk coming up. But again, like I would say, this risk has not really been different from what it was in the 60s or in the 70s. The important thing is that if an investor is going into any of these countries to do business, you have to do first an international risk assessment. It's important that you do a risk assessment. This is number one. Number two, there are countries, there are insurance firms, there are organizations that help you, protect you against this kind of risk. There's something, for example, in construction that we call CAR, carry all risk, which you can insure against. And if you're putting a $10 billion investment somewhere in Africa, you can have a car that covers you for that entire amount. So first thing is that you must do an assessment. Number two is that you must take the necessary insurance to be able to mitigate against that risk. The third thing that people also need to do is to ensure that their legal T's and C's are covered appropriately. How do I mean? What it means is that if you're going to do business, you must at least know where the country of the adjudication in the event that there's a problem is. Both of you should be able to agree on that successfully and make up and ensure that you have a very good agreement on where you're going to have your adjudication. I'll give you a quick example. I was recently involved in a contract somewhere in South Korea between a Norwegian company and a South Korean company. The Norwegian company ensured that the adjudication of their business, if there was any problem, was in London. Now, there are many centers around the world, in Dubai, in Houston, in London, where you can have arbitration. But these guys ensured that the arbitration was in London. So when they ran into a problem, they were not susceptible to a risk in South Korea. All they had to do was to ensure that they put the arbitration into London and get something of an international law. And that's another thing that investors have to keep in mind. So 3 things I've said there. Number 1, carry out your own political risk assessment. Number 2, ensure that you have the insurance done properly. And number 3, pick correctly the location of your arbitration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are really good points. Professor, do you want to make any comments?
I think that all have been said already, and let me say that they can also, the currency risk that we are talking about, there is a lot of tools in financial market to hedge against currency risk. But actually, I think that they should use those kind of tools to manage risk. But we are talking about risk, but it's also, that is also what we can say is perceived risk. Because some African countries are not risky, that local do not perceive this risk, but foreigners perceive this risk. So we should also provide a lot of information and promote the country and try to reduce uncertainties. Thank you.
Okay. And Ambassador, the issue of mitigating risk, things like political instability, currency, what's the word I'm looking for? And ensuring that investors understand the climate in which they will be investing and the risk that, that they are, could be subjected to.
Okay. What I want to say is that the world is changing. Investors, especially from the global community, need to understand that the terms on which they deal with Africa are certainly changing. And they have to recognize that we now live in a global village where people will not allow you to cheat them. You know, people want you to deal with them fairly. Now, we talk about risk as if risk is only in the global village. But Africa is risky. But China manages to invest in Africa. So how do they do it? What is it that China has that the West doesn't have? We've got to ask that question because everything seems to be going towards China and nothing coming to the West. So it is the West which is refusing to recognize that in spite of their perceived risks, there are opportunities. Yes, there are risks. How does the world help to resolve these risks? It's very difficult to talk about political risk, about currency risk, and so on, if we are going to keep the same system. If we're going to keep the same system of dealing with each other, then we have a problem. We've got to change how we deal with each other. We've got to recognize that we, you know, to use a phrase, Africa has come of age, and therefore will no longer accept to be treated as a child. Thank you.
Great responses. Let me then, before I turn it over to the audience, I would like to, this question to be answered. How can global investors facilitate technology and knowledge transfer to African economies to enhance their competitiveness and drive economic growth? So you mentioned the issue of we're in a global village, everything is global now. So can we go down that route talking about facilitating technology and knowledge? Professor, would you guide us along that route?
Let me thank you, Ambassador, for the previous question, because we have done some research study some years before and asked people to evaluate country risk. So we asked foreigners to evaluate country risk, and we asked the local to evaluate their own perceived risk. And the risk by locals are much lower than what foreign students are thinking about Africa. So I very like your answer. And Africa, I don't think that is that risky. to answer the last question, I will say that I'm not sure about, apart from some philanthropic duties, that there are some foreigners that will transfer technology. But that being said, I think that to be able to use technology, our countries should develop education to enhance capacity building, because you cannot use a technology you don't know about. So the first duty is about the country themselves to be able to learn those technologies. And then, but if those global investors want to transfer the technology, I think that they could, education, and that they should have some collaboration with local companies, collaboration with universities, create some incubators, and so on. So they will promote or educate people to be able to use those new technologies. But things are improving, and it's my hope that in the future there will be some innovation, more innovation in Africa, like we are talking about Kenya or so on and so on. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Emilia, what's going on in the Republic of Uganda around the issue of technology and investors being able to transport technology?
Yes, I'd like to thank you very much, but I'd like to raise a point whereby that as much as investors are faced with risks in investing in Africa, the African economies also have risks in investing with global investors. For example, I can cite a few cases. For example, repatriation of the proceeds. Once the investors come to Uganda, sometimes all the proceeds are repatriated. Export of raw materials. Sometimes they don't want to introduce that technology to process raw materials. I want to cite an example of coffee. It has taken us a number of years for us to get modern technology to process coffee because of competition. So there is the cartels also that have rivalry between African nations, but also the global investors. However, but also diversion sometimes of, instead of bringing in modern technology, sometimes they bring in mediocre technology. So we need to find a middle ground. What do we want from the investors? Or what do investors want from us? And all this should be stipulated in the agreements that we make between both parties, so that we stop also exporting raw materials. Because sometimes they come to us and say, we have come to invest, but they want to take out raw materials instead of processing them from here. So we have to have a mutual ground whereby we agree that, okay, you're coming to invest here. Bring in your technology, skill my people, and I think that is what we should look for, a mutual ground between us. That is a point I wanted to bring out, that the risks are on both sides, with us as Africa to invest with the global partners, but also the global partners investing in Africa. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we'll give the last word then to Mr. Akintayo in Qatar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I think the final point I'm going to make, I think the technology one is, again, a very good example. Ultimately, what we need to do is to ask ourselves, what are the countries which are successful at this? How did they do it? I'll give a very quick example. Per capita, a country like the State of Israel is light years ahead of most countries in terms of technology. Yeah. Recently, as an example, Google, Google Maps bought Waze. It's a app for driving. They bought Waze from the state of Israel for $26 billion. That is a lot of money for one app. But the only reason that that is possible is that that country as itself has incubator hubs for technology. And those incubator hubs are created by themselves. It wasn't actually done by foreigners. The state of Israel actually gets their army, their armed forces to create technology hubs all over the country. People get involved with it, and then they fund the ones which are most successful and take it to the next level. So actually, it's good for investors to come, fine. But actually, we don't need investors to do everything. We as Africans can also do a little on our own, actually. We can do a little on our own. We don't need investors to do everything all the time. Madam Amelia mentioned about the agreements. The previous speaker, the ambassador for Ghana, talked about the changing mindset. There are so many things that we can do on our own without having investors. And I don't say this to disparage our investors. I say this because investors will come to us with a new mindset if we have the basics done. If we have a platform, a minimum standard that we have created. So we as a people first also have to create the minimum standards in our university, in our armed forces, in our organizations to say, okay, these are the things we want to do. Those technologies are easy. We will fund them. We will have incubators. We will have science parks. And then once we have done that, other people will find it easier to come and partner with us. So my final word is to the African countries themselves. For us to be able to attract the best investors, we need to do our own minimum work first. We have not done that so far. Thank you.
Merci. I think you've had excellent, the presenters have given you excellent words for thought. And it's important now that we hear from you. If you have any question or comment, we might be able to take a few. If somebody's given me the signal as to how much time we have left and how many questions we can have, the light is definitely on our faces, so I can't really see the room. 2 minutes of questions, okay. All right, if you can make your question a question and keep the comments down, we'd appreciate that. So I see a hand right at the table in front of us here.
Thank you very much. My name is the Prophet Daniel Asamoah-Labi from the Worldwide Council of the Prophetic Alliance. I'm present to my ambassador because I'm from Ghana. We're talking about technology. Thank you very much. I'll repeat again. My name is the Prophet Daniel Asamoah-Labi from the Worldwide Council of the Prophetic Alliances. Thank you very much. And I just want to ask a question to my ambassador from Ghana because I'm from Ghana. We're talking about technology. And what the other man was saying, the honorable man is saying, is that we can also do something for ourselves and not 100% depend on the investor. I look down to Ghana and we realize that Ghana is really blessed. My question is, we have a very astute man in Ghana called Apostle Honorable Kojo Safo from the Kantanka Group. This man is able to manufacture a car from an engine from an anthill. He has manufactured a lot, even plane, doing a lot of things in Ghana. So many presidents has come first, second, third, and they all go to his functions when he's doing exhibition, and they are all happy. And even he does cars, military cars, for our military to test it, and they come out to say, it's good. Why is it that up to now, the man has not been sitting down with the government to invest? He has a school that he train young guys, but he need capital investment and support from the state. Up to now, we are not seeing anything. So this is my question. Why are we not using him? Thank you.
I beg to differ. I would have you know that the Minister of Finance drives a Kantanka car and goes everywhere with it. He has refused to drive a Land Cruiser. He has refused to drive any other car than a Kantanka. It is a start. There are several other people driving Kantankas in our country. It is always a start. If you do recall, I don't know your age, but if you do recall, when the Japanese started producing cars, okay, people were laughing at their cars. And today, look at the Japanese. So it takes time. It will work its way into the system. It will get to a point where people will begin to look for Kantanka for guidance. Rest assured. Thank you.
Good. And those of us who didn't know about Kantanka cars know about them now. Another question? Over on this side. Yes, sir. Behind you there, yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the fine members of the panel. You made amazing opportunities to make points, and I just want to add my own brief question. So as a diaspora of Ghana specifically, and I want to have this question directed to everyone on the panel and brief forward. As diaspora, I believe, especially in the West, we are the ones who have the opportunity to understand what that low perceived risk actually is on the continent. So based off of that understanding and our opportunity to develop consortiums, just as the fine honorable minister from Uganda has said, to have actual human capital be channeled through to the continent, this is where my forward is for my question. How can the government facilitate more inclusive and transparent procurement practices to ensure fair opportunities for both local and diaspora business? So that's my question for you. And an example of that is, of course, how can we develop value addition to critical infrastructure? And that could be in various segments, such as mining with lithium. How can we add value addition? And various different opportunities in terms of actual infrastructure development to enable foreign direct investment from other counterparts, but through the diaspora lens. What are we doing?
Okay, anyone want to take this question?
Let this question first to the ambassador.
Ambassador, you're working for your money today.
Okay. Thank you for that question. It's got me stumped, but I'll take a stab at it. Now, you're talking about getting foreign direct investment from the diaspora. The diaspora has to be in a position to do that. I used to be a diasporan from the United Kingdom, and it's difficult to look after yourself, much less going to invest in your country in a big way. What I believe the African countries need from their diasporans is the contacts that they have, and the relationships that they form with people in the West, which would enable foreign direct investment to flow through. For example, one of the important things that I've seen happening of late, which I think is in a very good direction, is the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean countries seems to be improving so much, that very soon it will be a force to reckon with. And that, I think, is the future of foreign direct investment. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have exhausted our 2 minutes. Is there a pressing question out there? Can you see? Okay? Go ahead.
I know it's difficult for a diaspora to make a big impact, but there are small things I think that we can do to further that type of skills development and innovation in countries. And for example, there's a conference called Tech Connect Africa, and that they have a session happening in Ghana in December. We're going to be taking part in that, but it's also in Nigeria, in Kenya, and South Africa. And what we're looking to do is how can we know we have skills that we need for businesses here in Canada, specifically in BC, and how can we use the skills and tech, the smarts that are in African people, in Africa, how can we use that and translate it to being able to meet the needs of the businesses over here while supporting young and upcoming tech entrepreneurs in Africa. And our conversations that we've had in the last couple of weeks with Citizenship Immigration Canada, which is how can we use immigration to support the skills development needs of Canadian businesses. And I think that's one of the ways, is the small ways that we can impact is we know that Africa has the youngest population over the coming years, and that is going to be breeding innovation and skills that we can use as diasporan businesses here. So how do we make those connections? And I think the Honorable Minister from Ghana mentioned that. It's connections. How do we connect businesses here with the skills of the African countries? And how can we also transfer that knowledge of skills that we have on this side to the African businesses? So I just wanted to input that a little bit.
Okay, so I'll take that not so much as a question, but as a comment with some really very positive input. But you can speak to that? Or you'll speak, yes. We'll speak one-on-one. And also, our president is also, Friends of Africa. This is always a discussion as to the involvement of the diaspora in the African situations. I want to take this opportunity now to say how impressed I am by this panel and the information that was provided to us this morning has been so rich. I also want to thank the tech people that we were able to bring Qatar and Uganda in with such facility. And I want to say that the audience has been the most receptive one, and the individuals, Professor and Ambassador, are going to be around, and if there is any comment that you would like to further discuss with them, that would be agreeable. And also the Madam President, board members and others who are here would also be happy to continue to engage you. I thank you for the honor of chairing this panel.
Thank you to our panelists. Sorry, we don't have mic here. There we go. Thank you to all of our panelists, and I wanted to say a special thank you to Dr. Jean Augustine. And there is no doubt, in a truly global world and economy, the role of international investors should not be undervalued or underestimated, not just for Africa, the continent's development, but for ours as well. And now we're heading into our third panel. But first, I definitely wish to acknowledge our third panelists, which will be chaired by His Excellency Ansem Sowa from Ghana. We appreciate that. Secondly, we do have the Honorable Amelia Kayambade, who I believe is online still, the Special Presidential Advisor for the Republic of Uganda. And thirdly, Her Excellency Fatima Maite, Ambassador of Mali, and the Republic of Mali, rather. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Madame, should I help you down?
Yes.
you the only person? Yes. Are you the only person here?
Yes.
So there are only two.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Fatima. The Honorable Amelia is online. Amelia, are you? Oh.
Yes. I salute Her Excellency, the Ambassador from Mali.
She's on, okay.
Yes. Glad to be.
Hey, I haven't lost questions. Okay, here we go. We're going to talk about the role of diplomatic alliances in the Africa we want. So, I have quite a few questions. So, I believe, and I have only 2 respondents. Okay, okay. Her Excellency Fatima Meite and the Honorable Amelia Kayambade. Honorable Amelia, I would like to ask you, can you please share how diplomatic alliances in the past have assisted in the integration of Africa in the global community? Can you please share examples of successful diplomatic alliances that have helped African nations increase their global influence? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be on this panel again. So, well, the diplomatic alliances before were focusing so much on missionary services, but now they have evolved into supporting and promoting business and partnerships between their countries and the countries they serve. So, but you find that there's still a split between Anglophone and Francophone biases, because you find that the Francophone countries, French countries, are concentrating more on the countries that have a Francophone inclination, and the Anglophone focus more on the countries that have an Anglophone inclination. And how do they support those respective African countries? Through education, through supporting health services, supporting social services, but also through partnerships in doing businesses. But you also find that their units, for example, Europe, Commonwealth, World Economic Forum, European Union, all these actually still also have an inclination to the historical background. But now in doing business, how do the diplomatic alliances come in? And how have they assisted in the integration of Africa? Of course, they have supported Africans into formation of economic blocs. They have supported, I've told you about the social services, but they have also come in to support, to strengthen the partnerships that already exist between the 2 countries. However, a number of issues have emerged that sometimes when they come in to support our economies, you find that they come in with expatriates expatriates, and they start as donors before they invest, and then they come with an expatriates, and the expatriates are the ones who benefit actually from, some of the resources that the indigenous alliances are supposed to benefit from. And in some cases, there is also the challenge of brain drain, that our skilled manpower sometimes are offered jobs in those respective countries. For example, you find people who have studied aviation, but they cannot work in Uganda or in Africa because of insufficient positions. Of course, we cannot call it brain drain, but you find that they are offered jobs in other countries, especially the best performers. So the alliances have got a positive side in that they have built services, health services, education, investments, but also there is also that perspective of a bit of drain or taking out the highly skilled manpower. But however, these economic blocks also have a dependency of depending on some of these European countries for support. For example, East African Community would expect, or not only Europe, World Bank to support them. And then, of course, we are biased in a way that we cannot fully enforce our policies because we have to please our partners who are also supporting us in informing these economic blocks. So I still feel that we have to go back to the drawing board, that as much as these alliances are useful now, but we have reached a level now whereby we should find a middle or mutual beneficial arrangement between us so that both of us benefit, the diplomatic people and the diplomatic team and the indigenous nationals. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Honourable Emilia. Your Excellency, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I would like to add that Africa always had diplomacy, even in ancient time, and we had that Silk Road that links us to Asia, and we have also that diplomacy with Europe through exchanges of idea and culture. So our diplomacy is not new. But beside that, we have also our diplomacy between us, African countries, that are ancient diplomacy. We can also add that, like good practices. We have political diplomacy within Africa, our regional unions. We work on different issues, peace and security, economy. And we work with the world also on that diplomacy. We have education, economic diplomacy. For the education diplomacy, you will see that we have students coming to Canada, studying. A lot of old students are here. And they carry with them our culture, our know-how, and I think there are also the diaspora in Canada and African diaspora throughout the world are also the good diplomat of who we are.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on quickly to the next question. What are the main diplomatic challenges that African countries face as they try to connect with the rest of the world, and how can alliances help to address these challenges? Your Excellency.
The challenges we have now is the one of African countries' sovereignty. How do we do in our diplomatic relationship, how do we preserve our sovereignty on the issue that are internal and that we want to solve according to our vision. Africa is diverse, the culture are diverse, the problems are diverse, and the answer we have for those problems are first intern responses, and then after international responses can help. So the sovereignty concern and neocolonialism is an issue that today in diplomacy can be seen as a problem. And the second one we can see are infrastructures, because even between us in Africa, for us to be able to work together, especially on economic diplomacy, we need to have railroad, road, infrastructure that can link us to have people and goods to travel freely.
Honorable Amelia, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the main challenges are, of course, the barriers. Of course, Africa now, with this diversity, the language barrier could be an issue also with some of these countries. Then, too, the imposition of values by our partners, by the diplomatic community, because sometimes they impose their values on us. Values, sometimes they cluster as human rights, violation of human rights, whereas in our cultures, they are normal. So that is also another challenge. Technological transfer is another one. But then also, as we relate, or once Africans try to go and look for greener pastures in through the diplomatic channels to some of these countries, sometimes they are faced with discrimination and cannot work as per their professional expertise. So those are some of the socioeconomic factors that affect our relationship through diplomacy. There are cultural barriers, definitely, and religious barriers. So those are some of the challenges that I would like to point out. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving quickly on, in what ways do diplomatic ties promote trade and economic cooperation between nations in Africa and the rest of the world? Honorable Amelia, please.
In what ways do diplomatic ties promote trade and economic cooperation?
Yeah.
Well, creation of a market for goods and services, creation of a negotiating platform, for example, World Trade Organization, promoting gender balance, because in some of our countries, gender is not considered as a key issue. Addressing climatic change, those are some of the issues that actually we feel that they are helping us to promote trade and economic cooperation between our nations. Skilling is another area, but also technological transfer, again, is another area that that is promoting trade and economic cooperation between us, but also policy involvement and policy enforcement is another area that has helped us to promote trade in our countries. I rest my case.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
Yes, diplomatic ties are crucial for promoting trade, economic. You will see that in Africa, we have regional groups like ECOWAS in West Africa, SADC in South Africa, Central Africa. So you have regional groups that, which is a platform for negotiation and agreement to do trade. At the continental level now, we have the African Free Trade Agreement. That is an economic and trade development policy so that we can do trade between ourselves in Africa. But we are also linked through BRICS. Some African countries are entering BRICS now, and like South Africa, and I think another one. And also we are part of that international OMC, which regulate trade. So all those platforms are necessary because diplomacy is dialogue. We cannot agree on issues, but we still talk together for a better world.
Since you've been talking about various blocks, the next question plays right into your hands. What role do regional organizations and blocs, such as the African Union, play in fostering diplomatic alliances and global connectivity for African nations?
Well, we used to have ancient blocs, but with the apparition, with the existing of the BRICS. Now it is new alliances that fit our vision and our way of dealing with economic and trade issue. Honorable Amelia was talking about ideology that give biases to our trade and economic relationship with a lot of countries. And those biases are not in the relations in BRICS. We don't judge and other people value. So that is very important to have different platforms in which we can do trade and trade and commerce. Yes.
Honorable Amelia, what role do regional organizations and blocs, such as the African Union, play in fostering diplomatic alliances and global connectivity for African nations? Honorable Amelia.
Thank you very much. Well, mainly mediation, dispute management, negotiation power as negotiation power as blocs, but also market integration to be able to penetrate the markets. Conflict resolution is also another area. Climate change are some of the areas that are also brought on board. Values, job creation is another area, which involves skilling, because you find that some of the Africans are taken abroad to go for skilling in their respective jobs, irrespective positions or professions. But also policy evolution and harmonizing this policy amongst economic blocs or amongst other countries. So basically, those are the key issues that these diplomatic relationships help us or support us into navigating international trade agreements.
Thank you. How do African countries balance diplomatic relationships between traditional partners and emerging global players like China, India, and Brazil? How can diplomatic alliances aid African nations in navigating international trade agreements and achieving beneficial terms for their economies? Honorable Amelia, please.
Well, it is apparent that the answers I gave in my previous presentation actually are also similar to this. How do African countries balance diplomatic relations between traditional partners and emerging global players like China? Well, what they normally do is that they relate to each bloc or to each country according to its own terms with it. There are no standard terms. If I'm relating with China, the relationship I would have with China would not be the same as the relationship I have with the USA or the one I have with the UK. Well, I might want to buy certain items from China, and I might want to buy specific items from UK. For example, like in Uganda, you find that the people who are dealing in oil are just a few countries which have an expertise in that area. For example, Norway, certain countries which have the expertise in that specific. So it is according to expertise, but it is also according to knowledge and experience and what they have to offer, what we have to offer as equity and what they have to offer as our stakeholders. So balancing is on the basis of each individual or respective either economic bloc or specific countries. I thank you.
Your Excellency.
Yes, we have multilateral relationship on trade, but we have also bilateral country-to-country relationship. Our relationship with countries like China have been there for 60 years. So those are traditional relationships. We are continuing building our economic, social, and political diplomacy. And also at the bilateral level, every country work for its interest regarding to its economic policy, social, and political policy. So the alliances now are very, very hard at international level because of different position on different issue, but still at the bilateral level, we are having our diplomacy, economic diplomacy with the BRICS countries.
Thank you very much for that. Now, the last question. In your opinion, what are the future prospects and opportunities for African nations in terms of connecting to the world through diplomatic alliances, and what challenges should they anticipate? Your Excellency, you have to answer this.
Yes, I think the opportunity we have is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that 55, all the countries, African countries agree on putting in place. But the challenges are the one we know is all countries are not at the same level of development. So how that agreement will be implemented. Infrastructure, how are we going to connect to each other to be able to do that trade? Languages, I'm from a French-speaking country, but I'm trying to manage here in English. How
you are not managing, you're speaking English.
How the languages barrier will be alleviated. For example, I have Ghana as neighbor, but I don't have access to the sea. How can I go through Ghana to have access to the sea? Because I'm locked in the Sahel. So those are issue. Investment. You were talking about de-risking Africa for us to have investment. Investment is also an issue because most of the time we are refused investment. It is not all kind of investment, it is structural investment that restructure our economy for us to be able to develop our country really. So those are the challenges I can see.
Thank you. I'll take you up on that after we hear from Honorable Emilia. Honorable Emilia, your response, please.
Thank you very much. Well, the opportunities that we have are about 6. First of all, a market for our goods. 2, knowledge transfer, knowledge exchange. 3, creation of a global village. 4, digitalization, because now this is a digitalization era. Some countries are in the 4th industrial time. Others, for us, some of our countries are in the 2nd or 3rd. So promoting or advancing to 4th industrial era. Industrialization. All these are actually some of the opportunities, but challenges, of course, there are disparities in levels of technology. Infrastructure development is both a challenge, but also an opportunity to invest in. For example, like aviation, rail, and all that. Brain drain is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity because they attain knowledge and eventually they come back or they return to their respective countries. So those are the challenges, but of course the opportunities outweigh the challenges. I rest my case. I thank you.
Thank you both very much. But to continue the discussion, you talked about the African free trade area, and you talked about the fact that all the countries were not at the same level to move forward. But I beg to differ. You know, in 1999, when the European Union were coming together to produce the euro, Italy, Greece, typically were not economically ready to be moved forward. But the Europeans found a way to get them into the space and moved everybody forward. What has that done to the economies of Greece and Italy? Today, Italy is very happily spending euros instead of lira, and the Greece are also happily spending euros and making money at it. So we in the African Continental Free Trade Area should not focus on the economies of countries. It needs political will. We need to have the political will to move the agenda forward. We have delayed for such a long time, and now we are starting to trade amongst ourselves. We may be French, we may be English. That is an accident of history. But we are Africans, first and foremost, and we need to join hands together to move our agenda forward. We say we have 1.4 billion people. Yes, we do. What are we doing with them? Are we organizing them properly? Are we making sure that they have a future? Those are the questions that should agitate the minds of the African Continental Free Trade leaders. Not talking about people's economies and stuff like that. I don't agree.
Okay, I understand that, but you also have to agree that not everybody is at the same level.
I agree. That's not a problem.
No. You make your point, I will make mine. And that is a reality. Mm-hmm. And what is good on that is that we all agree to get together. And what is more important, the agreement has a policy of perequation. That perequation said, if you are not at the same level economically, then the help you need to reach the other economic status, you will have that help. That is very important as a policy in the agreement. Besides, when we take the example of Greece, Italy, and the other country within the European Union, you remember the Great Depression of Greece when it joined the European Union. Mm-hmm. So those are the things we should learn from it. But the common ground is we agree to be together. and that is important.
Honorable Emilia, do you have any contribution?
Well, first of all, I would like to give an optimistic position to the future prospects, opportunities for African nations. The fact that we formed the African Continental Free Trade Area was a big milestone in the trade and doing business, not only in Africa, but globally. The fact that we created a powerful negotiating platform was the biggest achievement that all our forefathers had been aspiring to do, but had not successfully done so, though they tried through AU and all that. So as we sit here in this forum, I feel that we have made great strides. So the onus is upon us, we discussants who are here, to ensure that we comply with the policies therein, that we enforce trade and business amongst ourselves. So once we promote business amongst ourselves as African nations, we'll definitely be able to attract investors to come in. Instead of sitting here and talking about risks and de-risking and all that, let us consolidate our front so that we come out as a powerful force to be able to withstand the risks that we are anticipating. I thank you so much for listening to me. I feel that Africa is now more powerful than ever before. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And on that note, I throw the floor open and I ask if people have any questions. Where? Ah, there you are. How many questions? Okay. I can.
Thank you. A united front in opening the borders to allow trade, intercontinental trade, to be developed. So as we know, AFCFTA has developed. What are we doing in terms of actual practical stages right now on the ground to allow the development to take place? In terms of opening the borders to allow human capital to go through intercontinental trade as well as, of course, goods.
Your Excellency.
Yes, that is a process, and you know that we have 55 countries, and everybody has his own way of managing his border. So now we have to have one, and they are working on it. They don't have the same tax system, and how they will work, who is losing what, who is gaining what. So those are processes that they are working on it. So it will be long, but we will get it. The thing that is important is that there is a will. We all understand that we have to do it, and that we are not coming back over on that. Yes.
If you must know, Kenya has opened its doors to all Africans, so that is a plus. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm just looking at the regional bodies. Don't you think they should do more than they are doing now? We're talking of ECOWAS, OAU, in bringing
We don't have OAU, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what do you have now? AU, okay, African Union. I think they should, don't you think they should do better than what they're doing now in terms of political integration of Africa, economic integration? Because to me, they are just like, they can't bite. You know, look at ECOWAS, the issue of Niger is in there. We just make noise at the end of the day. Then why is Africa not, look at European Union and some of, I mean, look at they trade amongst themselves, the same currency. Here you have to, you want to do something, you need to, if you have, even to transfer money from one bank to another in Nigeria, foreign something, the money has to come to Canada or US first before it now comes in there. Why is it that we cannot, in terms of monetary union, we can't trade among ourselves? And also the issue of the African free trade. I agree with Madam about you know, countries being at different levels. How is there a guarantee that some of these African nations will not be dumping ground? Because when you are at different levels, you know, then even from Europe, it can come through North Africa and all those and become dumping, and the team become not achieving what it's supposed to achieve. You know, I mean the African treaty, you know, the Continental African Trade Treaty, achieving what's supposed to achieve at the end of the day. So the regional bodies, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, not, you know, being an instrument of dumping even goods from the West, you know, to some African countries that are not at the same level as others. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amelia.
Yes, I want to thank you very much. First of all, I would like to inform the August House that I was the chief negotiator of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I was elected by all the 55 of the 50, actually the 52 countries to be the chief negotiator. And I did that in good time. All countries didn't expect that we would be able to achieve that agreement within a year, but we did that. So I'd like to bring out some success areas. For example, ratification now, you find that 47 countries out of 54 have already submitted their instruments and have started negotiating terms of doing business with other countries, with other African countries. When you look at infrastructure development, most African countries now have opened up their airspace. For example, now for us, we opened up recently a flight from here to directly to Nigeria, and it is a Uganda Airlines. You find we have a direct flight to South Africa and other African countries. And you find Rwanda is doing the same. You find most African countries now are creating airspace so that they are able to transport goods across countries. Talking about regional bodies, these regional bodies, you know, they were there, but we were scattered. They are still there as economic blocs. But we realized that they were operating in silos. So creating an African Continental Free Trade Area has enabled these actual economic blocs to do business with themselves, with one another, because now you find that it is one platform for doing business. Now also visas, we are opening up visas. Now some countries, you do not need to get a visa to go there. For example, we and South Africa, before we're applying for visas, but now we just fly. So these are the terms that African Continental Free Trade Area is trying to negotiate so that they create clear airspace for you to move from one country to another. Of course, currency is an issue that is very high on the agenda. We want to discuss this and see if we can get one currency. So African Continental Free Trade Area is the best thing that ever happened to us. It is powerful and it is a negotiating base for all that. I'm optimistic that we will get there. There is a political will. Of course, there are some areas which have conflicts, but these conflicts are happening not only in Africa alone. You find that even in Europe, even in Asia, even in other countries. But we feel that we'll be able to resolve them. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Amelia. And just to add to your to her answer, I know that the banks are trying to find a way to make payments between countries easier. I believe there's an African payment system in place. You know, it hasn't yet kicked off everywhere, but it started. I am very impatient to see that happen, because I think once we are able to do that and we get ourselves to accept that as well as our currencies, we will be done. You know, I won't comment on the French bloc because I worry about them.
I will ask you to speak in French.
You'll ask me to speak in French. Yes. I won't.
I've been speaking in English.
Yes. So, can I take a last question? I'm told by time. We are over time. I'm sorry. I'll be sitting next to you, so we'll talk. Yes. On that note, may I thank the Honorable Emilia and Her Excellency for going through all these questions, and it's been an honor chairing this session. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists today, and to the Excellency Anselm Sowa from Ghana, the Honorable Amélie Kayambade as well, and for their remarks. As we are running over time, we're about to break for lunch. So outside in the foyer, in the marketplace, on the way to the marketplace area, is a beautiful buffet. So do grab your plate, come back, get some wonderful food. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes, and I have an announcement. We also have a singer during our lunch break, Petra, who's a part of our Black Advisory Hub alumni. She'll be singing to entertain us. So we'll reconvene here in 30 minutes. Bon appétit. Merci.
Testing one.
I just had to bring all of you together.
One second, I'll check up your jacket. Okay, let's wait please 1 second, please.
I hope you get some lunch, and I hope you'll be able to see a fashion show and all of that.
Okay, no.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, actually, that.
My name is Shiva Chaudhary. I'm 28 years old, and I come from India. I recently graduated from Senegal, and I love traveling. I've traveled in India a lot, but not here, so I'm planning to travel to Canada in different provinces and also US. Apart from that, I love reading, and I love learning new skills, just to perform personal development and also connecting with people. My name is Mano Abdi. I am a Nigerian. My hobby, I mostly like doing music and playing musical instruments.
Before getting the program, I wanted to say that I am
Focus more on my skills and like also network at the same time.
Well, the program really helped me a lot. Like, there's one factor is connecting with different people. So connecting with different people really helped me in the sense that I was able to connect to successful people who are also undergone this process, and also connect with people who are in this journey. So knowing that, it made me realize that I'm not alone. I should like take a step back and enjoy the process. Second is the topics in the CASA Solutions Lab were very, very relevant right now. It made me also realize that you don't need to pick. If you want to be up to date with the current market, you can also incorporate what you love. The third thing also is the linkage. I really like the part where I was able to, they linked me to different resources. It's not just about training, support, and mentorship, it's also linking you to the right resources.
CASA Foundation was being like referred to me by a friend, and I was able to like learn, network with new people, and meet new people in my career path.
I would recommend it definitely to them because everyone right now in my family and my peers are experiencing the same thing.
I already plan to refer it to some people, and the reason why I'm doing it because most of the people I know, like they are in a pretty same situation. Like they want to switch in digital marketing from different fields and or in e-commerce or in digital space, but I think some people they get lost in the transition. So this will be a good opportunity for them to have a good transition, especially with mentorship and networking.
So here we work to support you and help you as much as we can. And in this 12 to 14 weeks, we will be sharing worksheets, we will be sharing resources, and entrepreneurs who are participating to be equipped with the knowledge of business building that includes business planning, leadership skills, networking, financial literacy, and how to become loan and grant ready.
But because you're not able to manage emotionally that particular part of the intel, emotional intelligence part is not well connected, then you are not able to get the buy-in of those who would ordinarily become your partners or those who could ordinarily have become. Are you aware of what's going on? What are the trends? What are the benchmarks you put in place? You as a founder of your organization, who are you benchmarking? Which company? Which people?
The journey of an entrepreneur in any business, anyone in life, is not a solo event. And so to go into thinking that I have to know everything, I have to be an expert in this, an expert in that, you're only setting yourself up for a lot of disappointment. One of the ones that is very popular, and you see them, heck, this is in many ways, this cohort is an example of this, is a mastermind group.
Those are the users, those are the people that will see what you can't see in your blind spot. And I think for even myself, when I started up my own company, I was always just, really focused on like, this is great, I love my idea, it's gonna really, really work. And when I sat and talked about it with my family and friends, one of my friends turned around and said, "So what makes you different, Lydia?" I didn't like the question, but I was like, oh damn, this is a good question, I have to answer it. And I came home and I sat down and said, yeah, what makes me different? Why should people come to me and not my neighbor or my competition? So let's say you've got your idea, you're fixed, you want to start your e-commerce. There are so many tools out there, especially with AI now. Shopify, WooCommerce.
It's different from other products and things like that. And that's where you sell yourself. Even though it's not the market area, it's an area where you talk about your services and how unique your services. It's full financial projection, but what we have here today, we just want to start slowly. So I'm using sort of your own sort of personal expenses. So when you look at the personal expenses, personal expenses, it deals with like the wages, the benefits of a particular company and how they pay their personnel. What they are saying here is that if I'm expecting $15,000 to come into this business and I'm spending $20,000 in that particular month, that means I'm already short $5,000 in cash. So it's not a good system for me. It should be the other way around. If I'm expecting $20,000, I'm spending $15,000, means there's a cash that will flow into the next particular month. You get it?
CASA Foundation for International Development is a Canadian not-for-profit founded by Dr. Olutoyin Oyelade in 2011 to advance women, youths, and emerging leaders through economic, entrepreneurship, and business development initiatives. The foundation offers support to sectors in education, health, and infrastructure. Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invicap Corporation, an investment advisory firm. She has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and CASA Foundation.
I founded CASA Foundation in 2011 and started out looking to make an impact in our community. And since then, one is proud to say CASA Foundation has grown, and it's our 11th year as CASA Foundation. The goal of CASA Foundation largely is to actually touch and impact lives within the community and raise hope. You find that within our communities, and when I say our communities, I talk about generally, largely the Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the community. And when we speak about this type of community and we refer to them, we talk about people that have experienced a lot of gaps in resources, gaps in kind of empowerment and access to jobs, and the right type of jobs, jobs that are appropriate, that meet the qualification, because we are very qualified people. So I find that we have this many gaps, so many gaps in our community, and the goal of CASA Foundation is how to bridge those gaps.
We believe in the three pillars of CASA, that is partnership, mentorship, and sponsorship. As the head of business development, my role is not only to raise funds for the organization, but also to bring in more resources through collaboration and partnership.
Its social impact programs and initiatives are executed through the trifold approach of partnership, sponsorship, and mentorship. CASA Foundation fulfills its mandate and objectives through various programs and initiatives, including the Friends of Africa FOA Economic Summit, which gives leaders across various verticals the opportunity to expand their businesses. In 2020, the FOA platform reached 5,000 participants virtually.
Hi, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this year's Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect.
The Friends of Africa is that platform where entrepreneurs, business owners, or even aspiring entrepreneurs come together, and they're looking to meet partners, they're looking to meet financiers. And so they come to that program looking to present their value proposition with the hope of getting connected with partners who can do business with them, or get financiers who can fund their businesses.
In 2015, the Entrepreneur Exchange Program was launched to bridge the skill gaps among youth and aspiring entrepreneurs, especially women. Since its inception, 950 entrepreneurs have completed the exchange programs.
I'm the program manager of Entrepreneur Exchange Program. This program was established in 2015, and the main objective of this program is to bridge the skill gap among the youth and entrepreneurs.
This program is supported by Ted Rogers School of Management, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, as well as the Metropolitan Toronto University. I'm also managing the Entrepreneur Exchange Program for Women, which is sponsored by TD Bank and which was recently launched in 2022.
Each session of Entrepreneur Exchange usually concludes with Pitchmasters Contest, a competition where founders are awarded grants to support their startups and business ideas. Pitchmasters has awarded about $300,000 in grants to date.
So keep in mind that some of these programs just evolve one into the other as we realize there's a gap, and then we create another program to address those gaps. So Pitchmasters came as a fallout of that, where youth members within the community are actually able to present their value proposition. They present their value proposition to an audience of a panel of judges, financiers within our community, something close to your Dragon's Den, but not quite because we don't give $250K and so on. I think Pitchmasters has done upwards of about 6,000 per grant to aspiring entrepreneurs just to help them start before they get their bank loans or their overdrafts and so on. So it's always a good place to start.
In 2018, CASA Foundation provided support for the creation of Entrepreneurs Point, or EP. This provides workspaces to all new entrepreneurs looking for a space to collaborate, co-fund, co-develop, and co-manage innovation. It's a space to work and find mentors, sponsors, partners, and financiers. EP Academy was established in 2019 as an incubator for startups, offering business building courses and workshops to strengthen and improve the skill set of founders in the area of leadership, business, finance, and risk management.
Being an immigrant woman myself, I was also starting as a freelance worker. I was always curious to understand how a newcomer entrepreneur makes his or her journey from the business ideas to a complete entrepreneurship. I also understand the barriers that the entrepreneurs are facing and how they overcome them. Being a part of CASA Foundation, it's really a great opportunity to be a part of their success.
In 2020, CASA Foundation partnered with other community groups, including Women Entrepreneurs, Knowledge Hub, WEKH, at Ryerson University, now TMU, and the BBPA to start the Rise Up Pitch. Rise Up Pitch is a forum for Black women to pitch their business ideas and win grants of $10,000 plus. Rise Up has awarded grants of about $200,000 since its launch.
Black women entrepreneurs and the participants from across the country, they could see the leaders in the Black community. So it spoke to the See It, Be It campaign. Because, you know,
let me do an introduction first. Sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying your food. My name is Petra. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here at Friends of Africa Summit 2023. I'm a junior nominated artist, and I'm going to be able to perform a song for you guys. I hope you guys enjoy. Feel free, you can check me out at Petra's Music on Instagram, and also www.petrasmusic.com. This next song I'm going to sing right now is called Never Broken. I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you. You ready? Gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Wake up in the morning, things seem so hard. Me and my child facing this world. How could this happen? The life be so cold. No father beside him to call for his own. Mommy and daddy, I have to be both. He left us here to be on our own. Abusing and using, can't take it no more. Know why I'm strong enough to be alone. God has a plan for me, is this I know. Holding the faith, have to be strong. Gave me this blessing to call for my own. I won't let him gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Bad things will happen, they will help us grow. Sometimes you have to just go with the flow. Good things will happen if you take it slow. Life is a mystery, watch for the glow. Life, yes, it tests just to see if you'll succeed. I have to provide for me and my seed. Destiny is calling me, won't let him down. They won't take my crown. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Choices that we make can lead us astray. Pray to the Lord to take my pain away. Have to stay focused and fend for my seed. It's up to me to provide what he needs. Everything happens according to plan. Can't leave my destiny up to man. Trust in the Most High and you will succeed. And be who you'll be. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Nothing can break me down. It all builds me up. It gives me strength to succeed in this cold, cold world. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, la, 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 da. Yeah, yeah. Woo. Nothing can break me down. Nothing can break me down. Oh, whoa. La da 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 da. Yeah, yeah. Next song, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. So I have my last song I'm going to sing for you guys. This song is called Love is Eternal. I'm feeling lots of love in this room. I can see you guys are loving the food. That's awesome. Hope you guys enjoy. Again, my name is Petra. Remember the first time that we met. Caught your eyes from across the room. I was shy. Then you grabbed my hand and asked me to dance. I felt heaven sent. Fairy tale, I want this to last. Our connection so magnificent. Love is eternal. It means so much. Nothing will come, babe, between our love. Love is eternal. It means so much. Nothing will come, babe, between our love. Speeding through downtown, the wind blowing in our hair. Don't know what the night holds, but dang, who cares? I'm with you, and that's what matters. No, you're gonna take me there, where the moon and the stars lay. Ecstasies are waiting us there. Love is eternal. It means so much. Nothing will come, babe, between our love. Love is eternal. It means so much. Nothing will come, babe, between our love. So souls attract. We have a special bond. See, it's years from now with a family. So wonderful. Back to tonight. Let's get it on. How pounding all night long. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love is eternal. Yeah, it means so much.
Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you again. My name is Petra. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job. Hi.
shop amazing Black-owned brands all in one spot. So I'm always looking for resources that could help my business. So I joined the Academy, and I really wanted
What do I do? Who do I do it for? Why am I doing what I'm doing? What impact am I expecting? And how do I measure the thing? Understanding your purpose, it helps you, it guides you every step of the way. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a story. Once you find your purpose, you find that you're able to walk fully in your purpose because of the story that is right. And without finding your story, finding your purpose, your story really would not matter.
Testing, there we go. Good afternoon, everybody. If those that are out in the buffet area and in the lobby, please make your way inside as we are about to head into our fourth and final panel. Thank you. So just like 1 minute. Thank you. Everybody, welcome back. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. I personally think I had some of the best salmon of my life, to be just flaky. We have a special announcement for one of our attendees who's joining us via video. It's none other than the Ontario Premier, the Honorable Doug Ford. If we could play his video, please.
Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect from each other. We, as a global community and a global economy, face new challenges as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As Premier, my goal is to ensure that Ontario continues to be one of the best places in the world to do business, a place where businesses can trade, invest, and grow. A big thank you to CASA Foundation for hosting today's summit. Today's discussion will help inform our path to economic recovery together. Thank you and God bless.
Key to the continued success of the Friends of Africa Summit is the participation of all levels of government. And this ranges from Toronto Municipal, provincial, and to our federal governing agencies. As we're about to head into our fourth panel, we're awaiting a representative from the government, Oshlomi Oshugati, who is the Special Advisor for Policy and Government Affairs. We're not sure if she's certainly here at this moment. No. Okay. So in the meantime, today's fourth panel discussion, just to get this out of the way, the theme is embracing digital transformation to drive innovation and entrepreneurship. And this couldn't be more fitting, considering just how rapidly technology changes. We need only to think back to November 2022, when this little AI program called ChatGPT landed, and many of our business lives and personal lives have been changed forever. Moderating today's panel is Professor and Dr. Wendy Kukier, Department of Entrepreneurship and Strategy at Toronto Metropolitan University. She is the founder of what was then Ryerson University's Diversity Institute, which she founded in 1999, and has led to projects aiming at promoting the participation and advancement of underrepresented groups. And she's been a longtime supporter of the Friends of Africa. And if we could have Madame Kukier to the stage, please. Excellent, thank you.
Always such a pleasure to be here today, and what a great venue and what a great lunch. I hope a round of applause for the people who put that lunch together. So I appreciate the kind introduction, and I'm sure it was said earlier, but I just want to reiterate, of course, that we are on the traditional territory of the Mississauga of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, and the Wendat peoples. And it's particularly important to us at the university formerly known as Ryerson, now Toronto Metropolitan University. We've really embedded truth and reconciliation as part of our journey, and it's definitely something that we embedded all the work we do at the Diversity Institute. And I know you've had fulsome discussions around issues of importance to economic development and social inclusion, so I won't take up your time with things that you already know about, but I think we're at a particularly critical juncture in our development as a nation where we've had a number of big shocks to the system. I mean, there was the murder of George Floyd, there was the discovery of the unmarked graves of children in Kamloops, There was COVID and all things COVID. We are now experiencing the delayed impact of the boomers like me retiring or dying. I want to do the first before I do the second, but the demographic shifts are quite acute. We've seen higher rates of immigration than ever before. And of course, Canada has a relatively good reputation internationally for those issues, but for those of you in the room who live in Toronto, I'm sure you shared my shame watching more than 100 asylum seekers sleeping on the streets. So lots of challenges that we're facing as a nation. And one of the things that is potentially part of the problem or part of the solution is, of course, technology. So we're going to have a very interesting discussion about trends and impacts of technology and how organizations need to respond and the implications for equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I'd like to invite the panelists to join me on stage, and I'll just give quick introductions to them as they come up. So our first panelist today is Anita Grant, who is a business consultant by day and a social entrepreneur by night, and a mother and a wife around the clock. It's true, that is your 24/7 job for sure. In 2020, she founded Hello Hair with a mission to rewrite the Black hair experience and support next generation through visual representation, education, and showcasing the importance of self-love through personal care. So is Anita here? Super. Round of applause. Our second panelist, the sound seems to be cutting in and out. Maybe it's me, I don't know. But our second panelist is Odoy Yemo. Odoy, are you here? Please join us on stage. She's a financial analyst, accountant, a professor at Humber College, as well as executive director at Realty Capital Management, and her background is in management consulting. Sorry, his background is in management consulting. Apologies, I should have looked before I read your bio. My notes are wrong. Our third panelist is Bunmi Makinde, who is an associate director with the Technology and Operations Risk and Internal Controls Group at BMO Financial. He is very experienced with technology and technology governance, risk, and compliance, and has a specialization in technology risk management. So I'm wondering if Bunmi can join us on the stage as well. And I do apologize, Odoy, we did meet online, and I knew you were not a woman when we met. Anyways, so warm round of applause for all of our panelists before we get started. I'm going to ask them some questions. I'm hoping they will ask each other questions, but I'm really also hoping people in the audience may either contribute or ask questions. So why don't we start with all of you just giving a brief introduction and opening comments on your interest in this topic from the perspective of your work. You want to start, Anita?
Yeah, so from my perspective of work, I am a business consultant, as you mentioned, by day. So we do support a lot of businesses in many different industries in helping them to accelerate their entrepreneurial goals. And we strongly do recommend exploring open innovation to actually help you achieve those goals, specifically knowing that many founders do have limited access to funding. So open innovation really just provide new opportunities for them to actually achieve their goals.
Thank you. And Odoy, you want to introduce yourself?
Well, thank you very much for having me here at Friends of Africa, organized by CASA Foundation. I'm always excited when I'm invited to attend events like this. In my field as a chartered accountant and also a management consultant professional, we are currently seeing that globally, digitalization is where the world is heading towards. And so in order for us to move forward, what we have done is to do a lot of research and go into companies to help them mobilize and synergize their system, to help them move from the traditional way of doing things to getting things done digitally, which is faster, especially with the pandemic that happened recently. A lot of people are working online, and the way to go is to work effectively through digitalization and transformation. Thank you.
And I have to say I have MBA envy because he has an executive MBA from Harvard and I don't. Bunmi, did you want to just add to the introduction about you?
Yeah, I also have a background in the consulting as well. I'm a chartered accountant as well, and then now moved into technology. And this topic is I think it's timely, and it's also good because it relates to what has helped us to overcome the pandemic in a big way. Right during the pandemic, I'm in the financial service industry. In the financial service industry, we're planning on going digital, but we're taking it slow. Like, okay, we had a plan for 5 years. But with the pandemic and everybody having to work from home, the strategy had to change because you have to do what? You have to find a way to continue to provide your financing services to your customers who are still at home. So that had to lead to serious accelerated digital transformation within our banking system, within our banking environment, and even across every other industry as well. It wasn't limited to banking alone. You have it also in the logistics as well. You have it in the grocery, in the retail business, transformation taking place there with the advent of online retail, moving from, building stores to digital online website where you sell things. Our healthcare system had to adapt as well and go through a digital transformation where you're able to provide healthcare services, leveraging technology. So digital transformation happened seriously. What we experienced within those 2 years of pandemic is what would have taken us about a decade to do. And if we go back and look at how much money was invested into that, we'll be very amazed and surprised about it. So yeah, it's a good thing, and it has helped us to, one, simplify our processes. Many processes become simplified, brought about high level of efficiency in our processes. Also, it also led to development of new products that was supported digitally. So a lot of things has changed across every industry. I don't think any industry was left out. So it's a good thing that we're talking about it today.
That's a very, very important point about the pace, right? So we've been talking about things like video conferencing since I started my career, since before most of you were born in 1978, I worked on a project around video conferencing, but it really wasn't until the pandemic that we started using it day in, day out, and it's become part of our practice. Professor Yumo, do you want to give your perspective on digital transformation and where you've seen some of the biggest impacts and maybe some examples, some concrete examples of what you've seen happen?
Okay, great. I mean, we've seen a lot of, transformation happening in the digital sector, mainly in the financial industry. So for instance, because we are Friends of Africa, I can tell you that when I came to Canada about 20-something years ago, to even just send money to Africa was a long process. Right now, you can just sit down on your phone and just send money, and the person will just receive it just in minutes. And so that is a huge transformation. And so the financial sector is an area that I've seen. Chat, GTP, also AI has revolutionized the whole system right now, and it has changed the financial sector a lot. One of the things that people usually talk about is the fact that AI is here to take away jobs and things like that, but I seriously did not believe that. It has rather created jobs within the industry. The reason is because if you understand the synergies of your company, understands the situations that are happening in your company, the problems, you can use AI in the positive side to help alleviate those problems, thereby creating other jobs that before was not there. So it's not a negative aspect alone, but I have seen a significant transformation in the financial industry. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Anita, what's your perspective on digital transformation? What have you seen?
Yeah, I see digital transformation happening in all industries across the board. And you'll see, especially for entrepreneurship, they're always looking for a space or if they have a business idea, whether it's in beauty, whether it's in clothing, it's in retail, they're always looking for ways to explore a tech component of their business. You'll see a lot of funding supported when you have a tech component, and it's primarily because of the scalability when it comes to technology, right? Being able to be in one place, but able to target and to connect with so many people globally. You've seen there's diminishing of borders when it comes to doing business when you are adopting digital technology.
And I do think that's an important point, is what we saw during COVID, and I know the women entrepreneurship space best, but we saw people going from serving, 6 local retailers in their neighborhood to serving 60 around the world because there were opportunities. Now, there were challenges as well with logistics and access to raw materials and so on. Nevertheless, I think it did open up people's eyes to the possibility of export and going global. And, it's not true of other countries. Nigeria, for example, is way ahead of Canada in terms of entrepreneurial culture. But people often say in Canada we tend to be a little timid about going global. We don't think big enough. And certainly I think COVID and the transformation that came led a lot of people to experience growth way beyond what they ever would have expected.
Absolutely.
And so I'll get you to lead on the next question and talk about how organizations are coping with this transformation from an organizational perspective. What are the things that they have to think about in ensuring that their organizational structures and strategies align with their digital strategies? What are you seeing in terms of workforce, skills, development, and so on?
Yeah, so with digital transformation, I think even just determining the right talent pool, you can really use technology to do so. There's a lot of softwares that really going to tap in beyond the resume, right? The resume is so high level, you don't really understand an individual, but when you're using technologies like AI, or you're testing soft skills, you're testing their personality, you're really able to find the right fit when you're trying to grow your workforce and your talent. So using technologies as such to do so can really accelerate and save you a lot of time when it comes to hiring, because that's a huge cost for a lot of organizations. So just implementing softwares in those spaces.
And do you see any challenges in terms, we've often talked about, it's one thing to have technology, it's another thing to change behavior, because lots of people like to talk about innovation, but they don't actually want to do anything different. And I can relate to that. I feel my brain's full. I don't want to learn anything new. But have you seen, how easy has it been for organizations to implement these transformations? Any tips you have for organizations that are stuck?
Tips that you have for stuck. I think, honestly, when you find the right technology, it's actually a lot more easier than it is difficult. A lot of the challenges that we are experiencing with doing things in an outdated way without using any type of technology is actually slows down the process. But if you have the right team and the opportunity to train them correctly, they will find that once they get over that learning curve, the technologies in software that they're using will actually make their day-to-day jobs a lot easier. Example, ChatGPT, or any business solution, any AI automated business solutions. Anything that you can do that's more tedious and you can automate it through technology allows individuals in your organization to focus on the things that they truly do enjoy in using technology for the more mundane, the more repetitive type of tasks.
Are there additional comments on sort of secrets or strategies around digital transformation that you two would like to add to these comments? Or where do you see resistance? Have you seen problems? And is there a downside? I mean, I think about ChatGPT, for example, and my daughter works in a big consulting firm, and I didn't know this, but she told me that if you use ChatGPT, for example, if you're a consultant to write a report, you don't have the IP. ChatGPT has the IP. So I'm wondering if you've seen any issues emerge that require particular attention with this digital transformation. Professor?
Yeah, just a quick one. That's a quick comment. So, of course, I mean, with the implementation of digitalization and things like that, transformation, there's always the security aspect of things. So, you know, if you are looking at huge data management of data and things like that, you need to be able to have a security in place to ensure that people's data or individuals that you have their data or even corporation data are kept, you know, in a secured format. Otherwise, if a hacker gets into it, you know, cybersecurity has to be one of your key things on your head. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself wanting. And so that's the only part I will look at. There's also the governance part as well. So in certain jurisdiction, you know, you can't just go ahead and implement certain technologies. You have to go through the governmental processes, and sometimes they block it. And also, if I want to relate it to African countries, for example, you go into an industry, you're trying to revolutionize that industry with digital transformation, but individuals or certain managers will try to block you from doing that because of their own selfish interest. And so sometimes education has to happen, you know, continuous education in that field, and also looking at cybersecurity is the area that, you know, we need to take serious attention to before implementing these strategies. Thank you.
Yeah, that's super, super important to think about. And Bunmi, how about you?
Yeah, I think there are challenges, and the challenges can be, you can look at it from different environments. The challenges in these environments will be different from back home in Africa. Here, what we faced in the last couple of months when we went about aggressive digital transformation was resources. Skilled resources became scarce. And as a result, you find out that IT guys were earning a lot of money because they were in short supply. And there were a lot of IT projects that were going on that required those skills. That's in the developed world. But in the developing world, it's a different challenge. For you to be able to leverage the full benefits of digital transformation, you have to have the infrastructure in place. So that's another challenge over there. So they need strong broadband internet service. You need power supply to be in place, in addition to the fact that you need the skills as well. So in different environments, they have different challenges, and it's you have to find a solution to them based on your environment.
Yeah, and I think just building on that, as you become more dependent on technology, you become more vulnerable. And look what happened to Laurentian Bank, right? Their networks were out for 5 days, and now so is their CEO and the chair of the board. So I think as you shift to digitization, one of the things you have to think of from a corporate perspective is reliability of the networks and redundancy, things like that. And from a social perspective, we have to think about equity and access. You know, and in Canada, for example, in rural communities, even a couple of hours outside of Toronto, people don't have internet access. And I know in emerging economies, they may not have access to electricity. Within Toronto, one of the big issues is affordability. I mean, we did a study during COVID. I can hardly speak about it because it was so horrifying. So during COVID, we knew that racialized communities and lower income communities were the hardest hit by COVID in all sorts of ways. They were also least likely to afford access to internet. And one of the things we found out, for example, in communities that had the highest percentage of racialized people, they had the highest concentrations of a digital divide, where families did not have access to the technologies, the networks, and so on. It wasn't access to broadband, it was affordability. During COVID, 40% of racialized students were doing their homework on iPhones because they did not have access to internet, they did not have access to computers if they were in a big family. And when you think about the shift to homeschooling and online schooling, we've left a whole generation behind, and they're the kids who are the most vulnerable, right? So I think it's something we have to always think about, is not the corporate perspective is important, but so is the consumer perspective, because at the end of the day, if the consumers can't get access to health, they can't get access to education, they can't get access to the financial services or the retailers, then we're just intensifying the inequality in our society. And lots of people think of that as a remote issue or a global south issue. It's an issue in downtown Toronto that we really have to tackle. And some of the big corporations are working hard to help do this. So the next question is for you, Professor. Can you talk more specifically about small, medium enterprises? Because we know often in Canada, unlike the States, in the US, half of the jobs are with small, medium enterprises. Half the jobs are with big companies, you know, the big corporate, global, whatever they are, AT&T, IBM, and so on. In Canada, 90% of private sector employment is with SMEs, and yet SMEs are often least equipped to take on technology in a significant way because, you know, the same person who takes out the garbage and writes the payroll is responsible for IT. So do you have any ideas about how we can better support SMEs, because they're the ones in some ways that could most benefit and are furthest behind in terms of adopting digital tools and technologies?
Well, that's a very good question, actually, because as we all know, small businesses are the backbone of, you know, the economy everywhere, you know, and globally as well. So when you talk of SMEs, which is small businesses, they are very important and vital to every economy. Therefore, for small businesses to adapt and be more effective in implementation of digitalization, I'm going to look at it in 3 key ways. One of the first things that they need to do is to actually develop strategies. They need to identify also what we call priorities. So first thing they need to do is to develop a strategy that will help them to be successful in the implementation of those transformation strategies. Then they need to prioritize those strategies. So which one comes first, which one comes next, and so on and so forth. Once they've done all of that, then they can actually invest in talent, you know, and actually try to identify who they can hire here and there and things like that. So once those structures are in place, it is then that they can actually go to the market and then try to implement stuff. Otherwise, if they deviate from any of these steps, then they'll find themselves wanting. Then you can actually go into, you know, other stuff like trying to look at cybersecurities and all those things that can also occur in the process. And so once they're able to, you know, define their actual strategies, identify those priorities, and also invest in talents, and they now can actually be able to be successful and excel in the environment for which they want to do. So I think that's how they have to approach it, and that'll be very successful. Thank you.
And you know, it's interesting. I don't know, how many people here have heard of the CDAP program, Canadian Digital Adoption Program? Only a couple. So any who are in small business need to know that you can get free stuff, you can get a free grant, you can get a free youth to come and build something for you. And if you're a bigger company with $500,000 in sales per year, you can actually get $100,000 interest-free loan from BDC. So the Canadian government has really, really prioritized digital adoption in SMEs because they know we're really far behind. And because, as you said, SMEs are the backbone of the economy. Other comments or things that you've seen with SMEs that either can advance their adoption of technology or present barriers?
Yeah, I think one thing that happened also during COVID is that the growth in third-party service providers in the technology space. And that's where small businesses can take advantage of it. There are different services they can provide to you based on your size. You don't have to be a big. There is software as a service, there is application as a service, there is infrastructure as a service. So you can pay as you use. So that alone helps to help small businesses to leverage and imbibe digital transformation into their process. So just for example, the accountants here will know, if you need to, you can subscribe to QuickBooks to help you maintain your books, right? You can subscribe to any other system that you need that applies to your area and pay as you use. You don't have to invest a lot of money buying a server, getting an IT person to take care of it. Everything is on a pay-per-use basis.
Yeah. Such a good point, such a good point.
Yeah, and if I may just add, collaborating, working with others to be able to create some of your digital technology. In our community, in the startup and entrepreneur community, generally it's a solo entrepreneur or 2 or 3 founders, right? A really, really small team, and they don't have the resources and definitely not the funding to be able to develop their MVP. So we encourage them to collaborate with universities and colleges to help but develop their digital technology. And by doing so, the moment that you engage with a university or college, your team has grown from 1 to 2 to potentially 7 to 10, right? That offers 10 new perspectives, 10 new approaches, access to new networks, and potential for global expansion. The team can be so diverse that there can be an individual that has experience in Africa and sees your solution, your product, and say, hey, there's a market out here. But you wouldn't have known that had you not collaborated or opened yourself to network and work with other people. So right off the bat, you're saving costs, you're increasing your creativity, you're getting access to new markets and potentially new market expansion. So there's so many opportunities to accelerate your growth in your business by collaborating with others. For gaps that you may not have or you don't have the resources to do so, they can fulfill that for you.
Such a good example. And Edmund from the Diversity Institute is here. Wave, Edmund. He can tell you about the Student Workplace Placement Program. But again, the Government of Canada has provided a lot of subsidies. Like, I don't know if people know, but you can get a university student for 4 months, and they will pay 75% of the costs if that youth is from a racialized community, Indigenous, and so on. So think about it, $2,500, and you can get a computer science grad or a business, 4th-year business student to come in and actually set up your CRM. Because how many people here have used Salesforce, for example? I don't know if there's anyone from Salesforce. If there is, forgive me. But we introduced Salesforce 5 years ago. It still is under development because we haven't had the dedicated resources to do the boring work of setting up the databases and checking the data and so on and so forth. So think about getting a university student in to do your customer resource management, your accounting system, your retail framework, setting up your databases, your social media, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of support for hiring young talent, and from my perspective, it's win-win, right? Because you get a resource at a fraction of their value, and they get really important work experience. So thank you for bringing that up. And there's also money for research and development, where again, you can partner and get funding from the government for research projects. So I think, Olu and I will talk after this, but I think it's really important for people who are in the small business space in particular to really understand how to navigate some of the free stuff that's out there, because my guess is lots of people don't know about where the opportunities are. So thank you for that. So, Bunmi, last question goes to you, and then we'll open it up to the audience and give you a chance to wrap up. So how can digital platforms and ecosystems help entrepreneurs, startups, and established businesses collaborate and form partnerships? Because we've heard partnerships are so important to drive innovation. And what ethical and social responsibilities should businesses consider when they're undertaking digital transformation? So that ties back to some of the other stuff we were talking about. You want to tackle that first?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned briefly the concept around digital platforms. Digital platforms provide a platform for infrastructure, digital infrastructure for collaboration for entrepreneurs, startups, and even established businesses, for them to come together, share their resources, share knowledge, and also experience. And it also helps to drive innovation at a much lower cost when you bring so many resources together, right? I'll mention about 3 ways that it helps in small businesses or entrepreneurs in their innovation journey. One is that when you use that platform, you have access to a broad network of suppliers, broad network of potential investors, broad network of potential customers, as well as a network into resources that you could not have done if you were on your own. So this platform is very important for you to connect with and leverage for small businesses. The other thing it also do, I think I already mentioned, is that it gives you access to resources such as data, technology, infrastructure, research findings, intellectual property. It gives you access to those that you may not have, but because you have that network around you of both entrepreneurs, startup, and already established businesses, some of them will have it and they can share that with you, right? The third thing is that also it's an avenue to accelerate your learning, because through that platform, you have access to knowledge based on your community. You have access to mentorship program as well, online courses, and which is already there that you may not have if you were on your own. And those kind of things help you to leverage the experience and expertise and best practices that are already on ground, that's been tested by already established businesses that will be made available to you. So in that way, you using that platform helps you. And I'll make an example. I'll share an example. There's a friend of mine, we were both colleagues in the consulting firm. He came to Canada to do his master's. And one of his projects, the project he did then was to develop a broadband Wi-Fi system. That was what he developed. That was his project at British Columbia University, UBC. After the program, he got a job in the US in Silicon Valley. And after working there for like 2 years, he got, he built up his network and got funding, and he went back home to Nigeria and started up a pilot project in that, providing broadband services to people that live within his community. That was the test project and was successful. And because he had that connection back in the US, he was able to raise additional fund to do what? To expand it. That's how he started up his business. And now he's able to provide that service not just in his own community, but across 2 or 3 different states right now, and even in other West African countries, 2 other West African countries. But where I'm going to is that he didn't stop there. He started sharing his own experience of how he did it with other young startup groups, right? And not only that, he was even investing in their own startup and then share how they could raise funds in Silicon Valley and take them back to Silicon Valley. So taking them back there helping them first is to build confidence in the investors by saying, I'm ready to invest in this. And I believe in what they are doing. And as a result now, he has helped about 2 or 3 different fintech startups. And that's a good example of leveraging digital platform, because he is forming that digital platform around himself to help others, build up and scale up.
Such a great example and such a good lead into a commercial for the CASA Foundation and the work that Olu's doing through the Black Entrepreneurship Strategy. And I'm sure when Rustam speaks, you'll hear more about other pieces of that, like the Federation for African Canadian Economics. There's the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy and the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub. One of the nice things we're starting to see in Canada is the development of exactly what you describe, intentional efforts to build the ecosystem, to recognize that, high tides raise all ships. And rather than encouraging, obviously people are competitors, but if you think of yourself as part of an ecosystem and lift as you climb, you can have transformational impacts. Any other comments on that before we go to your closing remarks? Anita?
I would just echo my fellow panelist here. But the quote I like to use is, we go fast alone, but we go far together. And through collaboration, we're seeing a shift from competition to collaboration. And an example maybe is, when you think of Baskin-Robbins, it's ice cream. It's not digital, but Baskin-Robbins, I don't know if you know, but if you have a recipe, a golden ice cream recipe, but you don't have the space to manufacture, they allow individuals and small businesses to come into their space to develop their own ice cream, right? So years ago, that would be considered competition. But now it's an opportunity for collaboration and another revenue stream now available for Baskin-Robbins. So just shifting the lens of opportunities to work together to actually provide new opportunities for yourself internally and for the next person. You're seeing that a shift in a lot. And with technology also, there's not a lot of new technology, right? There's a lot of things that already exist. It's hard to create a patentable technology. So exploring different ways to license other people's technology and other people's patent. There's no need to reinvent the wheel all the time. It's sometimes just seeing what other people are doing and seeing how you can incorporate it with your business. And that'll help to accelerate that digital transformation a lot faster as well.
Such a good point. And, we talked about export before, and of course, looking for examples of things that have worked in one country and importing them to another is, a lot of emerging economies are way ahead of us. They leapfrogged us in terms of the use of digital technologies. Professor Yemo, any last comments on this point before we wrap?
Just a quick one. Collaboration is one of the key things, actually, because a lot of the time, if you try to do things by yourself, you're not able to grow faster. For example, even recently, as we saw, Rajesh cable, their whole network went down. That's something that nobody could believe that it could happen. And what did we see? Right after that, we saw them collaborating with Bell Canada and all that. So for you as small businesses, you need to also look at that, take advantage of that kind of thing, and make it happen for you.
Fantastic final remarks. Any last comments you'd like to make, Anita?
I just wanted to share in regards to the information and resources. For those that aren't aware, I am a part of Haltech Regional Innovation Center, and we are one of the regional innovation centers across Ontario. There's 17 in total. And we support you at any stage of your business. So on the topic of getting access to different resources, getting support, getting introductions to advisors, or getting introduction to industry experts, having access to those type of resources can change the trajectory of your business. So I encourage you all to reach out if you are in the Halton region, but there's also different regional innovation centers in different municipalities. So checking that out and seeing what's available, because they're all free resources that everybody should be taken advantage of and have access to.
Great point. Budmi, any last remarks before we wrap up?
Yeah, I would just encourage anyone that's going into startup or entrepreneurship, just leverage technology. Don't be scared of it. Just get the right people to advise you on what options do you have. And there are options out there that would meet your need, and you can scale upwards as you grow.
And he didn't do a pitch for banks, but I have to say, if you're a small business, you know, developing a relationship with your banker, so critically important, because they can open doors to more than a bank account or a credit card or a loan. Last word goes to you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. So digitalization is where the world is going, whether we like it or not. And so that's why the government of Canada, they're doing a tremendous job by coming up with the adoption program that you said. And so I encourage everybody to take advantage of that, you know, so that you can get yourself online. Nowadays, if you're a small business and you mention your name, the first thing somebody asks you, or anyone who asks you, is, do you have a website? Is it interactive? You know, are you on social media? So you need to get yourself involved and try to evolve and digitalize yourself. So that transformation has to happen. And so one of the ways for you to make it happen is for you to take advantage of these government grants that are out there so that you can get yourself out there to be successful. That's it.
And thank you for ending on that. You know, the other thing, and I don't work for the government of Canada, but I do know what our government is doing compared to other governments. The other thing they're playing a bit of catch-up on, but now is getting embedded in government as well as large corporations, is supplier diversity and procurement programs. You know, the government spends $22 billion a year on contracts and services, and a lot of people don't think of those as contracts or services they can provide. But it's not just building battleships and aircraft, it's selling chairs and catering and uniforms. So that's the other really important strategy that I think small businesses need to consider. So thank you very much, all of you, and I'm sure the audience will have ample opportunity to speak to you, but I realize we're out of time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Before we head into our fireside chat, we do have a special video greeting. The greeting is from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President, the Republic of Ghana. And joining us on stage is Special Advisor, Policy and Government Affairs, Osholine Upiomo. If we could have the video first, and then we could have an announcement from our government official.
I was here in 2015 at the Oxford Africa Conference to speak on the topic, Africa, a continent on the move, people, politics, and business across borders. That opportunity 4 years ago to actively engage a broad range of stakeholders was mutually beneficial.
If you could pause that, thank you.
And I believe that today.
Thank you very much, Maiwa. I wanted us to get a citation for the President of Canada, I mean for the former President of Ghana. So I could read that before we do the video. Thank you. All right. So for this particular one, the former President of Ghana, the Republic of Ghana, was supposed to be here delivering the keynote speech. However, his schedule could not allow him to come in, but it's heartwarming to note and to announce again that he promised us as a house that he will be coming in on the 22nd of October. And so that's what we hear. We do hope that his schedule would allow him to come in. And so we would have a post-event, post-summit event where we're able to do that. and invite all of you for a fireside chat, Q&A, and things like that. However, he was gracious enough to send us a message. But before we do play that, it's important that we give honor to whom honor is due. And so I would provide some introduction, just in case a few of us are not aware of what is done. And so that's what I'll quickly do. The president, the former president of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, a politician from Ghana who was born in November 29, 1958, presided over Ghana between the years 2012 to January 7, 2017. And after the passing of his predecessor, that's John Evans Fifi Atta Mills, on July 24, 2012, he began serving as president of Ghana, having previously held the position of vice president from January 2009 to July 2012. Mahama is a historian, a writer, and communication specialist. He was a member of the National Democratic Congress, and from 1997 to 2009, he represented his constituent at the Parliament of Ghana. Of course, I'm not going to read everything, so it gives us great joy and it gives us great pleasure to have the video message from the former president of Ghana played now.
Minister of Economic
All right,
Development,
if you can start there, thank you.
Job Creation and Trade, and Chair of Cabinet. Distinguished esteemed dignitaries from Canada, my own dear country Ghana, Mali, Uganda, Ethiopia, South Africa, Tanzania, and other African governmental representatives. Dr. Olutoyin Oyalade, CEO and founder of CASA Foundation for International Development, the Honorable Jean Augustine, and CASA board members. Thank you for inviting me and supporting CASA's incredible work. Friends of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the 13th edition of the Friends of Africa Economic Summit. My preference was to have joined you in person for greater interaction. However, a series of assignments in Ghana have made it impossible. But like they say, impossible only means I am possible. Modern technology and the power of internet have made it possible for me to address you. The summit is a beacon of hope, lighting the way towards a brighter future for Africa and its global partners. Over the years, the CASA Foundation has demonstrated unwavering dedication towards empowering our youth, women, and emerging leaders in the health, education, and infrastructure sectors. I commend CASA because their threefold partnership, mentorship, and sponsorship approach has been transformative over the past dozens of years. As we embark on this extraordinary journey of discovery and collaboration, the theme for the summit, Leveraging Economic and Trade Partnerships in Global Recovery, reflects the challenges our world has faced recently. In the next few minutes, I'll touch on 4 key sub-themes that, if addressed, can boost the growth and development trajectory of our various nations. These are economic recovery, trade partnerships, global trade and business investments, and investments in African infrastructure. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, the scars of the COVID-19 pandemic are still fresh in our collective memory. The scars have also shown that whereas nations with well-managed economies have coped better with the aftermath of the pandemic, poorly managed economies are helplessly struggling and blaming COVID-19 for every mishap that their countries are facing. As we gather today, we must remember that adversity often paves the way for innovation and growth. And we saw how many nations rose to the occasion when it mattered most. If CASA Foundation, with its limited resources, can with determination scale barriers and achieve the kind of success that we're all so proud of today, then governments of developing economies, especially in Africa, have a duty of care to its people, to do all it can to inspire them to dream again, work to boost economic growth, improve the livelihoods of the people, and ensure shared prosperity for all. Just as some economies in the world, in the wake of the pandemic, turned adversity around to their advantage, it is imperative that we as developing economies learn valuable lessons, and pool our resources, knowledge, and expertise to accelerate economic recovery. We must also work together to bolster our resilience and emerge from this crisis stronger than ever before. As we all know, trade is the lifeblood of the global economy. No man is an island entire of itself, and so is no nation capable of surviving independently. In an increasingly interconnected world, we cannot afford to build walls. We must build viable bridges. It is heartwarming to observe that trade involving Africa has recently increased, particularly in the post-pandemic era. According to Afrexim's 2022 Africa Trade Report, the value of inter-African trade grew by 18.23% in 2021, translating to about $169 billion US, while that of extra-African trade increased by 29.54%, translating in US dollars to about $1 trillion. Trade partnerships forged in the spirit of fairness and trust are the conduits through which prosperity flows. By fostering stronger trade relationships, we stimulate economic growth and cultivate a sense of togetherness and mutual benefit. Together, we can unlock new opportunities, diversify Africa's economies, enhance value addition, and drive a global positive change for all. The global trade landscape is evolving rapidly due to the increasing population and mind-blowing technological innovations that are happening in Africa and indeed across the globe. This really makes it essential that we adapt to these changes. The African Union's Agenda 2063, which seeks to build the Africa we want, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and other regional trade agreements offer tremendous potential for enhancing global trade. As governments, corporate entities, and individuals, we must seize these opportunities to create a more inclusive and sustainable future for all nations involved. Ladies and gentlemen, the famous English scientist Sir Isaac Newton once stated that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The nature of investments, however, is synergistic and incremental. Investing strategically in the critical sectors of your economy yields far more than an equal return. It produces a multiplier effect. Indeed, I firmly believe in investments as the seeds of economic growth. We must create an environment that encourages domestic and foreign investments. That environment means providing democratic stability, transparency, and attractive investments. Through this, we can not only ignite but sustain the interests of investors, businesses, and entrepreneurs who will partner with Africa to spur innovation, create well-paying jobs, contribute to the overall development of our economies, and enhance the livelihoods of our people. The vital role infrastructure plays in economic development is undisputed. We can unlock our nation's full potential through strategic investments in infrastructure. The UNCTAD, in its report, confirms the importance of infrastructure as an agent for economic development. And it notes that on average, a 1% increase in infrastructure stock is associated with a 1% increase in GDP. This is hugely significant, and its potential for economic growth is limitless, be it in transportation, in energy, or digital infrastructure. We must prioritize these investments to facilitate trade, improve access to markets, and enhance the quality of life of our citizens. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate the path to global recovery, remember that our success is intertwined. We're all passengers on the same ship, sailing through the same rough seas of uncertainty. But during these turbulent times, our partnership, true strength is revealed. Let us unite. Let us stay together, work together, and succeed together. As Friends of Africa, let this CASA Summit remind us of the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and resilience. We can leverage economic and trade partnerships to steer our nations towards a brighter future. I do not doubt that the discussions and actions that will emerge from this summit will shape the destiny of Africa, our generations to come, and the world at large. Thank you for allowing me to join you via technology.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for graciously agreeing to address our audience at Friends of Africa 2023. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we go on with this particular session because of time. We're running out of time. And so we do have the fireside chat session, which we're going to go into now. And I'm going to bring my guest up. But however, before I do that, I'm just going to recognize the presence of Ms. Oshomlene Opioma, who is the Special Advisor, Policy and Government Affairs with the Government of Ontario, with the MPP, David Smith. You're welcome. We thank you for coming here. Oh, thank you again. Thank you for coming. Today also we recognize the presence of Ms. Justine Namara, who is a Special Advisor to the Minister of Economic Trade and Investment. Justine Namara is also on a volunteer role, the President of the Organization of Women in Trade in Canada. Thank you again, Justine, for joining us from Global Affairs Canada. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with today, I think we still have about a full hour. Keep in mind, again, we still have, like the MC graciously shared with us earlier, we still have this runway waiting to be used, and that's for the fashion show for graduates of the Black Advisory Hub. Before we get to that part, we need to conclude the real part, which is a fireside chat. And so please allow me to bring to the stage this evening our fireside chat guest, Dr. Rustum Southwell, the Chancellor of Dalhousie University, Nova Scotia. I'm not sure, something is wrong with this, is it? Yeah. Welcome. It's good to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Happy to be back in Toronto. I was here last week.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, just to have the fireside chat, and also to have an opportunity to ask a few questions from my guests this evening. One of the reasons we usually have a fireside chat at Friends of Africa and some of our summits is on one hand, to provide insights, clarity on burning issues. The other part also, of course, some of you have come with some of your questions. We're definitely not going to be able to take all your questions because of time. But we do have other ecosystem partners in the room too, as was mentioned earlier. Nerissa Allen from Vancouver, BC, and our friend Christelle Francois, who is also here with us, Table of Impact practitioners, and we have a couple of other people in the room. You can easily ask them questions. So I'm going to do the honors tonight first by trying and attempting to introduce Dr. Rustum Southwell, and then I'm going to have him say a few words about himself. I've got to do it that way, because a lot of them don't know you yet. All right, so Dr. Southwell is best known as the founding CEO of the Black Business Initiative, and he's originally from St. Kitts. He arrived in Halifax in 1972 and has been contributing to Nova Scotia's business development since he arrived. Dr. Southwell has, as you can imagine, he's chancellor, and so you can imagine the leadership qualities, the value he brings to the table, having served across vertical industry sectors over the years. BBI is said to have created 1,500 jobs and has provided business training to over 1,000 aspiring entrepreneurs over the years. Recently, Dr. Southwell. Dr. Southwell led the organization BBI into its next phase of growth by expanding across the Atlantic provinces. In addition to his business excellence, Dr. Southwell has demonstrated his commitment to the community and has served as co-chair of the African Heritage Month Committee and serves currently on several boards, including the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, the Waterfront Development Corporation, now called Develop Nova Scotia, the United Way Halifax, and several others. In June 2023, Dr. Southwell was appointed the Chancellor of Dalhousie University as the 9th Chancellor of that university. Ladies and gentlemen, again, join me to provide a warm welcome to Dr. Southwell. Thank you for joining us. So a few minutes to share maybe a few other tips of how you got here, about how you got here. Thank you.
Well, I'll probably just say good afternoon again. Thank CASA and Friends of Africa for inviting me here. And I don't know that person that you read about, so I don't know if we'll jump in. But, you know, in all, coming from a small island state in the Caribbean, some 50 plus years ago, and going through the black community in Nova Scotia, and in fact, somehow getting into the economic piece and the community economic development piece, it has been a rewarding experience to know what a precocious young man, given the right tools and the right opportunity, can do for a country and for marginalized people. And so for me, living that type of life won't bore you with the challenges and ups and downs. It happens to all of us. But for me, doing that was important. The chancellor stuff was a bit of a surprise because I was in New York at the UN with the Decade Forum and had this call for Dalhousie, and I thought I was being asked to come on yet another board. So when he said chancellor, I was completely shocked, and you don't realize people are noticing the impact you're having. So very grateful for eminent university over 200 years to invite a black male who is not from historically, I'm an immigrant to that role. Took some courage, inspiration, and innovation. So I'm pleased to have done that. I've done a lot of other things. And in the interest of time, you can Google or read about those or catch me in the corner.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Rossman. Today we're going to answer a few questions. You are, if you were in the academic sector, we would call you an emeritus professor, a veteran in the field, and so you've done a lot of work as it relates to the development of black businesses, development of community generally, and you serve on a lot of boards. In recent times, 2021 specifically, the federal government of Canada started, introduced and launched the program called the Black Entrepreneurship Program, the BEP. A lot of the black BIPOC members of community members have benefited from this program in terms of training, and of course, like I mentioned earlier, some of them will be showcased and featured this evening. However, a lot of questions remain. Most of us understand the full features of the Black Entrepreneurship Program. It's in 3 tranches. The Black Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, part of it Wendy alluded to when she was making her speech here earlier on. The Black Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, the Black Entrepreneurship National Ecosystem Fund, and then the Black Entrepreneurship Loan Fund, which is administered by FACE. As a matter of fact, Dr. Southwell is also a member of the board of FACE, so make sure you reach out to him once he gets off the stage. The questions remain, and some of those questions are, what exactly is the impact, or what's the impact been like on the lives of businesses within the black community? How many people are really benefiting from this? As a matter of fact, some of the ambassadors came into the VIP room, the green room, earlier on this morning, and as we were articulating to them the benefits, the huge benefit inherent in being part of the black ecosystem, tapping into the loan opportunity, collaborating with other people to create partnerships and other businesses, the ambassador said to me, how many people have this really touched?
How many people have been impacted? What's going on? And of course, please bear in mind, I am actually one of the ecosystem partners too, meaning CASA Foundation. But I know we've done a lot. And I know that I have colleagues here, fellow CEOs that have done a lot. But people don't appear to know. The question then is, what can we do? How do you think, first, are we the strategy to administer the program? Is it the correct strategy? Is it being done the right way? Second question, how can we do this so that other people become more aware of the solutions we bring to the table as Black ecosystem partners? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so that's really easy for me, because if anyone in the world right now can show me a better way for delivering those things, then I would look at it.
Yeah.
The thing is that the BBI on its own, outside of this, we've been doing this since 1996 with a lot less money and tremendous success. There are guys I speak often, and I say the top companies in Nova Scotia, a small province in Canada, over the life of BBI, the top Black companies have done over $1 billion in sales. And so guys straighten up. Then I tell them about the job growth, the amount of entrepreneurs, the hundreds of entrepreneurs, and the youth who are doing great work. So we have no qualms in saying that the FACE strategy, which is based on what the work BBI has done, is going to work. Obviously, you need discipline and you need commitment on both sides. So you need it from the entrepreneurs who are coming in. Not everybody is a business person, and we have to stop telling Black people, you get some money, you go into business. You need business skills, you need a business strategy, and you need capable management to deliver those services. My colleagues at FACE didn't always listen to me during the negotiations. In fact, sometimes Trisel is laughing. Sometimes what I was suggesting was diluted. But the thing is, we had spent 25 years doing it for Black people in the same target market. And we had learned a lot about our community. And so we turned over the playbook, every ounce of it, every sentence, every comma, to them so they can modify a strategy where we had made mistakes and learned from it. I believe that even to this day, they would say, Rustin was right in cases where they weren't listened, and they've celebrated other times. Every situation, and Jeff Bezos has said this in the past, everything starts small. Because of the BBI, the FACE had more currency than other organizations coming in, but they still hadn't had the experience. And so there were mistakes made. But I think the guy who was speaking about the car in Ghana, he's telling you the same thing. Like the Japanese made a lot of mistakes before they got to Lexus. Right. So we're Black people. Expect that. But let us be respectful to the folks and give them an opportunity. So I think, the question is, would you do anything different? Now, I'm one of these people, I hate to hear people say, I would never do anything different. Of course. We're not perfect. Mm-hmm. So you would change where you have to change. But with the knowledge that you have, I remind some of my friends that the shoe that you wear 200 years ago, it didn't matter which foot you had it on, right? So there was a lot of bruising if you put the wrong foot in the wrong shoe. Now the shoes are customized. Some of them can even give you ratings and all those comforts. So it takes time to do those things. And so FACE should be given the opportunity. They've gotten out more funding than they anticipated. They're reaching more people. My own belief is that aftercare ecosystem support is more important than the money in the success of this. I keep saying that a lot of people in our community is money, 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 money. We need more money. Money is the problem. But the problem is not money. The problem is having a business case, seeing an opportunity of growth, and a good team to deliver on that. I mean, that's the problem. I have seen companies who got 10,000 end up at $1 million, and companies that got $1 million end up at 10,000, for those cases. And so we have to be aware of that. I believe that give Tiffany and the team time, and I should actually, full transparency, I'm currently the vice chair of FACE. But we do have candid, trusted conversation, and the thinking around the table is that it's not a group think. I think Wendy, who was here earlier, she's also on the board. We try to bring thoughts in. I know you have more questions, but if you wanted to give me question 2, I can jump on that if I have not covered it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Southwell. Thank you so much for answering that. And I must mention that these were questions we got from different constituents, from programs and so on. So we just did a full collation of this. Now, the question then even is, there are about 2 more before we open it up to the floor. Not everybody needs a loan. Anyway, like you just said, not everybody is an entrepreneur. So not everybody needs a loan. And I think that was why this type of question came up, to say, could there be any other sort of resources that people could actually access outside of the loan fund that would help them kind of structure their businesses, or perhaps put them in a better state to begin to run the business, to scale the business, perhaps some partnership? What exactly and how can the group help businesses to be structured in that way? Because not everybody will manage a loan well. Perhaps maybe if they had business shadowing, I'm not sure, would that work? And would that be something that FACE could offer? Thank you.
Great question. And for me, I get that a lot. Just so most people know, BBI was bordered in Nova Scotia. That means that our services, especially financial services, was just in that province. We're now doing the entire Atlantic. But I've always got calls from right across the country. And that's the type of question we get. In fact, I was speaking with Gabrielle, who is an up-and-coming film producer right here. Originally from Ghana, that he's doing this project, and he was talking about different ways. And he was speaking about exactly that. Here's the thing. The government announces FACE. It's about $100 or $200 million, and everybody beat up on the FACE team, right? We are missing the point. Outside of that, there's hundreds of billions of dollars that's not going to the community. Right? So if you're looking at this small portion over here as yours, I'm black, I don't need to have any criteria to get to that money. You're missing the point that there are billions of dollars that's granted to white organizations and other organizations that we're not capturing. So it's important that the organizations who are doing this kind of work understand the government relations and understand where those sources are. And I hope you don't mind me mentioning your name, Gabriel, because I just met him. But the first thing I was asking, what about tax credits for film board in Ontario? What about this? What about that? There is funding out there for trusted and tested organizations with a good strategy, irregardless of what color you are. And so the organization that's supporting you should be also able to point you to the bigger amount, because the amount that's given to FACE is probably 0.0000 of 1% of the entire budget. And we need to be in the 100%. And we need capable organizations in the ecosystem and others to provide that information to entrepreneurs and people who need help. Otherwise, we're not doing them a service.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for those insights. Thank you. Now, this last question, at least for now, before we open it up to the floor, has to do with barriers. I mean, of course, we know the story, so we're not going to go into all of that. But the question then is, should we be facing systemic barriers in our access or in our quest to secure loans, just as we face with the general banks? And I must provide some more context. Now, the group that sent this particular question alluded to the fact that if you go into the general financial sector, that's the last question, if you go into the general financial sector, for instance, the way that
loans are reviewed. Your request, your application for loans is completely different from people who have been here for donkey years, or we're immigrants, we're newcomers, we're starting businesses, because we've always run businesses where we're coming from. And so you come into town believing that you have the expertise, you have the competence, you have the skill to run your own business, and then you approach a bank. And then you are subjected to the same metrics. And so now that we have our own money, like you said, like in quotes, our own money, why should we be subjected to the same metrics? Of course, I do know why, but then they want you to answer that too.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to have a right answer for this. I think it was Winston Churchill who said, success is not final, failure is not fatal, the courage to continue that counts. And I start there because I believe that our efforts, irregardless of the hoops, we have to be able to overcome those. So that if I understand the question right, there's the issues of racism or racial prejudice or marginalization of the clients in front of you. There's the issues of fairness in terms of the process and strategy. And then, honestly, there's the issue of capacity. Because I don't believe that whether it's Nerissa or Face or anyone should be investing in any company, regardless of the color, if they don't think that the person is going to get any returns. I mean, you're not in business to get grants or get money from people. The sole reason you go into business is to create a product or service and sell it for a profit. If that's not happening, then, doesn't matter what the policy is. I was in the discussions when Face was created, and yes, there's some crazy people around the thing who doesn't understand the cultural necessities of the lending package they were designing. If you recall, the banks were all at the table, and each of them came in with a plethora of ideas, and each of them went out, and they stole a lot of the things they heard, and try to create that strategy. And we know that, I think the Global Mail article that's just came out, there was only one banker who was readily given their sats, right? So we know those things are in place. We can either decide we will overcome them because we are people who have gone through struggle, or we actually have to have strategic decisions to do that. One of the things is, everybody know Martin Luther King and all the guys who've been in this struggle. They shut down Montgomery with the bus strike. So you don't have to put your money in institutions that's not helping us. I mean, they actually can feel that response. The other thing is, on our side too, and I can say this honestly, because when BBI first started out, Business Development Bank sent a chap over to us, which a black organization had sent to the FDBD at the time. It's BDC now, the Business Development Bank. He sent that guy over with a handwritten business plan with a pencil sketching of those things in front of an officer. And that guy came to me and said, Russ, this is the quality of the stuff you're doing, which I know because there were some strong business owners that there was capable folks in place. And he should not have sent that young man in front of us. He wasn't ready for it. He wasn't prepared, and the documentation was an embarrassment. So we have to have a real view when we see guys who are trying their best to help their families and support their families and their lives and want to get in business. We don't make it further complicated to them and send them in front of folks ill-prepared. That is our duty. That is what this funding is to do. We build capacity. So some of it is on our side. Some of it is on their side. We can create the change, but we have to have deep conversations of to what it is. So I have no problem when we turn someone down, and when BBI started, the first thing they'll do is pick up the phone and call the premier of the province. I went to BBI for the black money, and they didn't get a loan. And they'll call the chair of the board, and the chair of the board has said, I don't work for BBI, call the office, right? The thinking on that is that we also accountable for what we are creating. And you don't want these guys to borrow money and then they're in debt and you have to go to collections and all those things. So it's a ticklish piece on both sides. And yes, there's a lot of scary people was in that room when, from the banking institution and the terms and so on. But we held them, it wasn't only me in the room, but a lot of us held them to task when we thought they were out of line. And we will see a better project if we work together and believe that we can have entrepreneurs like Ross Simmons, who is now, I knew him when he was a 12-year-old. He's one of the top content creators, black companies in the world. Dr. Leah Jones, who was in our Businesses Jamming Youth program. I also knew her as a teenager. She's now the Dean of Black Health for Dal Med School. There's the kids at Hope Blooms who are manufacturing their own dressing company and has been in Sobeys and Superstore and so on. If we only believe in that hope and give them the opportunity and the proper tools and the support, and we have to be honest. If you're not a good business person, we don't want the customers to tell you that. The person you're in front of should tell you, hey, you need help. This is what you need to do. Put the support system in place. Come back when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Southwell. Thank you so very much. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn it over to you now if you do have questions. But I think this has been clearly articulated, succinctly said. Not everyone is a business person. 9-to-5 jobs are there. You can also run a 9-to-5 shop and still run a business also simultaneously. I usually tell a lot of people who come into the Black Advisory Hub, which we manage on behalf of the federal government too, that where most of us came from, you actually continue the work after 5 o'clock. We're not known to go to bed. We actually run the business, whether from your basement, whether from home, from the trunk of your car, you're selling cakes or baking stuff and so on, and you're distributing that. And so it's important that we know what we're cut out to do before we start taking a loan. We've also had some misconceptions that I must quickly drop, just mention when people said, oh, it's our black money. And so I can't be left out. Everybody's taking it. So those are the clarifications that have been provided tonight that, yes, indeed, it's for the black community, BIPOC community, but it's not for the taking, just because it's there. And that's why it's important to have a session like this. And so if we do have some other inputs from some of my colleagues also, that would be helpful. But I see a lot of questions here. Professor Odoy, yes, I know that Professor Odoy teaches a lot of the sessions at the Black Advisory Hub. So please, your question. Thank you.
Hello. I just wanted to say that a lot of the time when you go to events like this, like Doctor said, it's not all the time that you need money as a business person to carry on a business. Maybe the networking, like how we are here, Friends of Africa, you talk to people around you, you might see that the person that has the money is actually sitting near you. Talk to people. There are people who want to invest money and they are sitting around you. They want to partner in your business to make it grow. So that's the first thing, to get money. Number two, is the fact that when the FACE coalition was put in place, we were all cited, business consultants like us were cited. Initially, we thought that the information was not out there. Then CASA Foundation took on the battle, started putting things together through the Black Advisory Hub, which I teach there. And we help students to do business plans and everything, right? But one of the things that we found, Doctor, the question is that one of the things that we found is that we realized that most black people, unfortunately, we have issues with our credit. And so we were, to our understanding, we thought that, the banks, right now, currently when we go to the bank, because about 80% of black people, here in Canada, have issues with their credit. And therefore, we don't have access to to funding. So one of the things that I'm thinking that we need to do first is to educate and help black people come out of these credit issues. Maybe if there's some small funding there to help them come out of it, maybe financial counseling, financial advisory, to help them come out of that before actually coming to apply to the FACE coalition. Because you guys have the responsibility to also ensure that these loans that they come for, they pay back. A lot of the time, students come to or business people come to my office. We help them develop business plans. But then when they go submit to Face Coalition, they come back and issue, most of the time has to do with their credit. So I wanted to see your take on that. Thank you.
No, and I'm not going to run away from that one. One of the things with the BBI model, what we did, we created the lending by a blanket guarantee, and we were only using Royal Bank, right? So we knew that the issue of improper use of loan funds and not being accustomed and disciplined and all of those things would come up. And we approved the loans, and because of the blanket guarantee, there wasn't, like in the FACE system, BDCs would do the adjudication of the testing over again, sort of. In our case, if we said to fund it, it got funded. We still had failure. I mean, it's natural. Black people don't have to feel guilty. White people do default as well, and other people do. But we had a higher success rate because of it, because of the fact that we had a team of entrepreneurship engagement managers that provided support. If you were defaulting a loan, we encourage you to talk to us before just running away and not paying. You see, BBI was founded, before BBI there was a funding for the African Nova Scotian in the Preston. And the thing that they did incorrectly, they were lending Giselle and then they were granting you. So you didn't have to pay. So then Giselle wouldn't pay. So no one was paying, and in a year all the money the government gave them was gone. And so in order to sustain the funds, when BBI did that, we were lending the banks money. And in 5 years, our funding had grown to the chagrin of the bureaucrats. And then they changed the rules on us because we had invested the money and folks were paying back and we were making interest. And the money that we were using was an investment tool. So we were also growing on that front as well. But yeah, in order to rehabilitate credit, the system that we're using right now does push everyone in a kind of mainstream type of thinking. And that can be done with supports and customization. That would be the only thing that I would say on that. We still have a lot of work to do with providing counseling and guys, because I've known relatives and so on who believe that you borrowed a loan, but somehow they hear give. So you need to get the guys to understand there's a difference. And in doing business, you want to protect your company as well. So very good point, and that's the situation.
Thank you again. The lady, please go on. If you can make it short, so we can make two more.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everyone. Miss Natasha here. I'm very happy to be here and very blessed. I'd like to know, Dr. Southwell, how do you navigate hope?
I knew you would ask me a question like that when I saw your hat. That's an emotional one for me because, the house, my dad was a politician, but fought the colonial British and in the Eastern Caribbean, worked in the sugar factory, subsidized them for many years. And he instilled in us, his children, that there's only one way to do things, which is the right way. And he gave us sufficient of a direction that we're here socially for mankind and to improve that. And the type of work that we do, and not only me and myself, there are others who have, you feel the kind of angst when the government say we have a couple $1 million and guys can't get the money. And so you do sometimes wonder and feel hopeless. So for me, it was to keep my eyes on the star and the policy and continue to that. He was 31 years old during World War II. and his second son had just been born 2 days before. And he took pen to paper and wrote a poem called Take Up the Black Man's Burden. And that poem took through all of the struggles of black people over the years to get where they were. And it was only a few years ago when I realized that poem was in response to Rudyard Kipling's 1899 poem, which said, take up the white man burden, except that Kipling was talking about how white organizations and countries were protecting black people and Chinese people, so they saw it as a burden. And that he said, no, it is about the leadership of Marcus Garvey, Henri Christophe, and others. Out of that life, he passed away after a conference in the Eastern Caribbean, which created the organization of the Eastern Caribbean States. And he signed that document on the Friday. And then he died. And that changed my life. And I always felt from that time that if I'm going to do anything with my life, is to create hope and potential for any person who come to me and ask. I speak to guys in British Columbia, folks here today, even the conversation we're having at the table. I've always given to folks. It hasn't been for me. I'm not personally wealthy. But, you know, with Chancellor Dalhousie ain't bad either, you know, even though there's some money. Several honorary doctorates. But I never did it for that. I did it because I think that we can and we must do these things. Thanks for that question.
All right, we're running out of time, so I'm just gonna, I see two hands, very short. Yes, let's give him the mic, and then the lady over there. I think we don't have anybody from this side. So we'll take those two. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I think you are saying that even though you're not financially rich, but you're knowledgeable or rich. You're very intelligent, and I admire your gift. One thing I just want to say is that if you look at the Chinese community, the Indian community, and the other group of people, how they work cordially as a team and support one another. But when we come to the black community, it's different. I live in Brampton, and I know how the Indians operate, and be there helping one another to reach up there. But when it gets to our side, it's different altogether, which is deep, that you can't talk much. But the question I'm asking is, how can a young black businessman who just started his business, and the business is less than 1 year, and the ideas and the things that he's bringing on board is great for the future, trying to get a loan, and the first question or one of the questions is, we want a financial report, 2 years financial report. Where is he going to get it? His business just started less than a year, and he has a great vision, and you can see that this guy needed help. And when the question is, if you don't have 2 years financial report, I'm sorry, we can help you. Now in this situation, if you say the money is there for the black community, young entrepreneurs, how can such person be helped?
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. I believe one of the challenges that folks have is exactly that. And to my friend in the hat who asked a question of hope, is not, to me, is not any strange reasoning other than some kind of divine intervention why Gabriel sat at the same table and pulled out his stuff, and he actually literally pitched me on his project there, right? But I'm not sure that every time a young black woman or a young black man does that, we have either a receptive body on the other side or someone who's willing to give. And I believe that the ecosystem should provide a lot more sources of doing that. let me give you an example. There's a company in Nova Scotia right now who he was struggling to find himself and do what he wanted. On a $10,000 loan, he created a painting company. $10,000. He created a painting company. And then he had the gall a few years later to bid on the city line striping the streets, in the middle of the streets and the different lines. A lot of people, white and black, said, Glenn must be crazy, There's no way he's going to get that contract. And working with the right folks, he decided that he would buy some lights, some big floodlights, and he painted the streets and stuff at night. Take a few seconds. He doesn't need a lot of people to divert the traffic and all those things to get that done. So he does it quicker, made some money. So one of the things is speaking to our folks about innovation, providing them the mentorship and support to help them through those times. You're not going to get all of them, unfortunately, but you should be able to capture most of them. So when they're up against those challenges, is there to the question on hope and aligning it with you, with how does a young person like that get that? We need to provide capable mentorship positions. That is one of the big things that I had with FACE, because when I said you need entrepreneurship engagement managers, I think they were calling them ELOs or something like that, right? You see, these guys aren't loan officers. They're actually the mindset, the shoulder, the capacity person on those. I think they've since changed that. But the idea was, if we're going to be out there telling our people what to do in business, then we better know what it is, and we better be able to provide them every support along the way, so that when you invest in them, they have the most chances to survive. And, I feel that. And I want to thank you for that question, because if we're getting into entrepreneurship development, we must understand that we're not only behind because of capital, we're behind also because of capacity. Then, my goodness, we can fix the capacity, because you shouldn't need a lot of money to do that. And put the best people in front of our entrepreneurs. And don't give them crazy business plans to send to that and embarrass our community. So that's the point. And thanks for that question.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. Last question. The lady. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Louisa Boachi Freeman, and I work for RBC Royal Bank. I'm a senior relationship manager for business market. So before my question, just to answer or say something to the question that you did ask, if you're starting a business and you don't have that experience, there's something called startup programs, which you can access through the government website as well. It's called the Canadian Small Banking Financing Loan. You don't need to be 2 years into your business before you do that. You need projections, you need business plan, projections, and all of that sort. So I think that information is very important. We lack information, and we lack a lot of knowledge depending on the industry that maybe you want to work in or get financing from. But my question to you, Doctor, is that so when the Black Entrepreneur Business Program came, I was one of the champions in my region in Brampton to champion for this program. But I found it very, very difficult that at one point I had to take a step back and ask, what is really the point of this program? Why? Because it is for the marginalized community. And we know that, as Mr. Odoi said, most of us, our credits are bruised, right? So if we're asking for credit for this program, then we're in trouble. And then if it channels through RBC, we're asking for guarantee. But we don't have the guarantee either. And we don't have the capital either. So that's why we thought that the program was there to ease that tension, so the Black community can access this pool and start doing their businesses. But we're not able to access it fully because credit is a hindrance, capital is a hindrance, information is a hindrance. So what can you really do, or what would be the best way to simplify the requirements for this program so that it will be accessible to those that are really wanting to access and do business?
Thanks for that. Obviously, there's no right answer when you do these things. Let me tell you that BBI is working with your bank, with Royal Bank. That's a bank that we've worked in. But you know what? It wasn't the first. The first bank that we went to was carrying our clients through hell. Like literally, even though with a blanket guarantee. We pulled out from them and told them, we don't need you to do that anymore after a year or two. And that's when we landed with RBC. And the thing is, like racism is there. And what was happening, even though we had the blanket guarantee, the black person would go in to the bank and the bank would treat them the same way. We didn't see change. And at 12:01, past the 60 days or 90 days, they were yanking on the guarantee. And we said, no, if our people are supposed to be successful business owners, you need to treat them like your $1 million clients, not your $10,000 or $15,000. And they refused, and we went to RBC. And RBC isn't totally without fault, but at the time, they were very innovative and supporting. The clients were happy. When they were getting close to default, instead of waiting to day 31, they would call them before, and people were rehabilitating their credit. That is the suggestion we had gone in with when the face was being designed. And for one reason or another, you get to run in the flowcharts and so on. There are pieces of it that didn't match that particular model, right? And let's be honest too. RBC was working from us at a blanket guarantee, so they know that there's nothing to lose. The previous bank was working on the same thing, but as soon as this guy was 10 minutes over, it was gone, and so they were willing to help. So you need that engagement from the chartered banks to help that. And that's why I think somebody was speaking earlier on about their numbers not matching up. That's why when they design their own program, they don't want to give the numbers anymore because they're not seeing anything different, because they haven't doing anything substantively different, right? They call it a black program, but they're doing the same thing and expecting changes. So I believe the full jury isn't out on that. I believe there was a lot of progressives, so I don't want to bash all of the guys. There were a lot of progressives around the table. There's some people who were surprised, and I believe to the question of hope, there is hope, but we as a black community have to be vigilant. We want to be just as hard as the bank as hard on those in our community who are doing things that are putting us in those positions. So I agree with you very much. I think that's a key piece of what we need to see happen. And I'm on Facebook. I think there's still work to be done, but in the long run, we will have a project that's now using the money and investing it so that it's sustainable for the children of our future. And thank you for the question.
Thank you again, and I'm so sorry. We really can't take any more questions. We're really running out of time because of the other events, and we just have like less than an hour to go in this room. So ladies and gentlemen, I would say that as some of you might know, the BEP program, 3 tranches, the BNF, 50 million fund, for training, business plans, like Odo shared, and then the main one is the 128 million plus maybe 30 million, a total of $150 million provided by the federal government of Canada to face coalition in total with BDC and the government itself contributing for the loans. But 25%, 25,000 and 250,000. You can take from 25,000, and the max is 250,000, if I'm correct. And so you can check the FACE Coalition, the website, and get all the details, as many details as you require. Not everybody needs a loan, like he's rightly said. Competency, skills required, but consultation can be done. You can reach out to the 30 organizations that started with the responsibility of supporting you with the preparation of your business plan, structure. Make sure you have the requisite, you meet the requirements before you approach FACE. But the challenges are there, as we have received all the comments. The challenges are definitely there, but they are not insurmountable. That's what I hear from Dr. Southwell tonight. And we keep at it. We keep at it. If you don't get it this season, you might get it if you do a few other things the next time. So don't give up, and that's the message.
Yeah. Can I just add? One of the things that you have to realize too, like in the last few years, we negotiated some really robust stuff with the government. And I believe that we'll be remiss if we only look at the FACE Coalition and the Black Entrepreneurship Program of roughly $100 to $200 million, the Supporting Black Communities initiative that we are part of. We've distributed close to $70 or $80 million. CASA is a beneficiary with Tropicana to over 900 Black not-for-profit organizations. Mutual Radio in the back is a beneficiary as well. And that's making significant impact in Black communities. And the Philanthropic Fund, which is another $200 million. So there's a lot of funding, and I believe that the agencies who are involved should be providing information to the guys in the grassroots, because you are our champions. I mean, there's no point we getting the information, we're not sharing it. I mean, I can come out here and help you guys if you need it.
Thank you again for those comments. Dr. Southwell will be around. He's still around. So I don't expect that you go sit at his table right now because we're still here. But then, of course, there'll be time for last tea break, and then some dinner will still be served tonight. So please feel free to connect with him. Keep in mind, again, I'd mentioned to you, Nerissa Allen is in the room, President, CEO, BBI Vancouver. BBC Vancouver, sorry. And then you have Christelle Francois, the Social Finance Fund. That's the Table of Impact, $750 million. They are all in the room with you tonight. That's why we bring them. So make sure you sit with them at some point and connect with them. It's important we have the information. And keep in mind again that the other fund that he mentioned, they are grants. So this one is the loan, but the one we benefited from, a grant. The one he benefited from, Mutual Radio, a grant. So we're all here. You can connect, you can ask questions, and this will be helpful to us all. Tonight, again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Southwell, the ninth Chancellor of Dalhousie University, 200-year-old, and I think he's the first Black Chancellor of that university in 200 years in Canada. Thank you so much again for gracing our stage. We really appreciate your coming. Thank you again, sir. Thank you very much. All right. So at this point, okay, I'm going to invite the MC to now see how he manages us out of here within 1 hour thereabouts. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Folks, checking. Thank you. So, one of CASA Foundation's central programs is, sorry, there we are. One of CASA Foundation's central programs is the Black Advisory Hub, an intensive online program that gives Black entrepreneurs access and mentorship from subject matter experts in developing their business proposals. Participants, sorry, we're breaking in and out here. There we go. Participants during the summit, maybe I'll just use this one. No, sorry, one moment. It's technical. It's the mic's cutting in and out. Participants during this summit took part in our annual Pitchmasters competition, which allowed them to present their business ideas for the opportunity to win one of 10 prizes of $5,000, generously provided by our sponsor, TD Canada Trust. In a short time, we'll announce the Pitchmasters winners, as well as have an exciting fashion show. And I'll pass it on to our co-MC, Ife Oyelade, who is the Senior Program Manager at TD Canada Trust and advisor to CASA Foundation, to kick off our fashion show. Please, Ife, join the stage.
Thank you, Joey. Good afternoon, everyone. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I know you guys are feeling tired, I know, but now the exciting stuff is about to happen. So welcome to the Black Advisory Hub Fashion Show. My name is Aoife, and I will be your host with the mostest, but today isn't about me, unfortunately, but we're going to be showcasing the work of two talented designers, Oyinlola Olusoga of Labeke Wear and Fumilayo Adeneyi of Michance Fashion House. Both of these brands are known for their innovative designs, their use of bold colors and patterns, and their commitment to showcasing the beauty and diversity of African culture. Tonight we'll be seeing a collection of their most recent works, and I can't wait to see, and for you guys also, to see what they have in store for you. So, before we get started, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who has made this event possible. First and foremost, the designers themselves for sharing their vision with us and allowing us to be part of this special evening. And I'd also like to thank our sponsors, our staff, our volunteers, without whom this event wouldn't be possible with. And finally, I want to thank you guys for being here with us all morning. I know some people's legs are asleep, like you guys, some people have been here since 9 a.m., so shout out to you guys. And your support for Black-owned businesses is so essential. Don't forget to check out the Marketplace if you haven't already. We have so much for you guys to see back there. So now, without further ado, let's get started. So sit back and relax. Walking the runway first is going to be Labeke Wear. Labeke Wear is a Black-owned Canadian fashion brand focused on custom-made dresses such as bridal robes, maternity robes, red carpet dresses, and much more. Oyinlola Olusoga founded the brand in 2021 with a passion for creating custom-made dresses that make women feel confident and beautiful. Oyinlola uses her creativity and expertise to create unique dresses for every occasion, from weddings to red carpet events. She also takes pride in using high-quality material and construction methods to ensure that her dresses are both durable and stylish. She used to work for an insurance company, but realized that there was more to life and decided to choose passion over comfort by taking the risk of quitting her full-time job and going back to school. This was a life-changing experience for her. She went to George Brown School of Fashion and graduated in 2021 online and 2022 in person. Labeke Wear makes ready-made dresses and customized dresses. So guys, if you see anything on the fashion show that you like, please look for them after the fashion show. She is here also. So now help me in putting your hands together and welcoming the models for Labeke Fashion Wear.
Trying to survive.
mbuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana mbuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times. I said juvenile. Ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Tomakaya mawuru, oti wuru si wuru, ìwọ̀n wá mi ní gbòòrò, tójú kò ojú o. Ní ẹni kejì sòrò, lẹ́yìn sí mi sòrò. Láti ìkọ̀rọ̀ sí gbòòrò, láti ìkòròdú o.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana mbuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami.
I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the road. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even one. If you fall in love, girl, it's satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want the happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
FNESSC, if it be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take up serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be done with somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming off the right wing, I cut to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse.
Everybody for you. Body just shake belly. What is up on tell belly? Deliver like I get belly. Them say I did go sell. Them say I did go sell. This money too fortuna. I go make you Joe Dada. Show you get the power. Sweetie passy amala ketu. Shinji kagawa. Jesu Christi lobawa. Got them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do.
Come on, give them a round of applause as they're coming out. Come on, guys! Woo! Come on, guys, I need those claps louder than that. Come on, guys! Let us give a round of applause to our amazing designers! Wow! I'm sure some people are just going shopping in their minds right now. For the men in the house, please look, because you might get something for your wife, for your shorty, for the girl that you're seeing right now. Come on, guys, give them a round of applause. Thank you. Woo! Yes. Amazing job, guys. Wow, shout out to the designer. So that was Lebeke, where you can definitely tell that these are custom made. Look at how it flows graciously on the model's bodies. It is not just for the young, it's not for the, like you see, like everyone, every shape, every size. So again, look out for her in the audience, in the marketplace. You might find something for your next event. So, now, the stunning designs you're gonna see next are gonna be from Mishnant's Fashion House. Fumilayo Odini founded the brand in 2020 with a mission to create Afrocentric clothing that is both stylish and sustainable. She uses high-quality material and ethical manufacturing practices to create her designs. She also believes in giving back to her community, and she donates a portion of her profits to support African-Canadian charities. Mishnant Fashion is an epitome of bespoke and customized fashion. One of the main goals of Mishnant's Fashion is to help the clients stay true to their identity by reflecting this in their fashion styles. All garments are carefully constructed with strategic cuts, emphasizes to the natural curves, and this great attention to detail makes them stand out. Fumi Adini is a wife and a mother of 4 beautiful kids. She also volunteers as the treasurer of 2 organizations, Craft Nova Scotia and the Africadian Empowerment Academy. please give a round of applause for the next set of models coming out, the Mishnance Fashion House. Come on, guys.
So many ways where I want you for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my love. See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure. Baby, come. I want to make me there. Oh, girl, I want to make you. Oh, no. I want to make you. Should be not these kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand, say your dad know like me. See me, I won't make you know, say me there for you, cara. And if not, you price be that, I feel like to see ya. I never traded you for nothing. This love will make me the jack machine. Without you, I'm not free to love. Without you, I'm not good time with this all bingo. I never traded you, baby. This love will make me the nothing. No. I'm a good tell me what's up, bingo. I'm a want to make me there. I'm a girl, I want to make you. Baby, I feel like making you. Oh, baby.
My apologies for the delay. And now is the time that we've been waiting for. The announcement of the Pitch Masters winners. Wait, sorry? No? Oh, there's still more fashion? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was done. Not the Pitch Masters.
Sorry, we're about to start. Don't worry, not Pitch Masters yet. There's still one more coming out. So, fashion emergency, guys, but don't worry.
So many reasons where I want you for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my love. See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure.
Sorry, team, just bear with us for 2 minutes. You know, fashion people, we're trying to give you like a very dramatic entrance right now. So there's some stuff happening backstage, but just give me 2 minutes and we'll have them out for you, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's try that again. Give a round of applause for Mishnance Fashion House. Come on, guys.
Settling down, daddy, ding, ding. It's your boy, easy. Oh,
It's E. Kelly.
oh baby, pour me water, holy water, quench this fire. Pour me water, some holy water, make it quench this fire. Everybody want me, make I no fall in love with you. But I no answer them, I tell them, say na you. Right now you come and then you play me for a fool. I'm out here wondering, waiting I do. Yeah, baby, pour me water, holy water, quench this fire. Yeah. Pour me water, holy water, kill this fever. Every night but I take you bonjour. The thing you do me, they do me kung fu. This thing I see me be deja vu, deja vu. Every night but I take you bonjour. The thing you do me, they do me kung fu. This song I sing I better it be for you, only you. Pour me water. Hey, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, no one. Hello, how you doing? My angel, my one and only, the only one that I'm missing. Where they bring me joy and blessings, you know that I love you, and I can't wait to say I do. But before we walk down the aisle, I just wanna let you know that you're the finest. That you'll be the finest being I've seen. You're the brightest. The way you the shine, you the bling like you're the highest. When it comes to letting you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. And I just wanna let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many faces. No one be like you. So they cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, cause you are my baby. No one be like you. No one like you. One like you. No one.
to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the choice out, oh. I'm a mind that's with the dog, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that they're both like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, oh. I need to go and shadow. 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 I dey try to buy moto, one Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. So much you remain could have been all over. My feelings still they swing like Django Lover. Feelings still they swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Venice. Why you say I did nothing for you when I do anything you want me to do? If I do anything you want me to do, maybe another time, maybe another life, you will be my wife and we'll get it right. Don't cast, last. Now everybody go job breakfast. Have to say bye-bye, yo. Bye-bye, yo. To the love of my life, my eye, yo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and
not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only know ye me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. I'm never weak, I never cease. Till eternity, I'm on fire. My legacy will not die. My family is for life. But them day, would them be? Them go crazy, them go die. Them go say, them don't know it's in this song. Know me, all of them done they know. I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be old, but if you ask them know me. London. denim fitted, but I rock it like a baby in a coat. I put the water in the ocean in the city that I'm from. I let the room in the dark of my blink is a touch. I watch fashion, that's a day in the mirror that I saw. Shaping like a ball, we go ball. Flex to the door, I go set to the front. No return, and when I enter the club, today my front.
Please give a round of applause to our models and the fashion designer, Mishnan's house. No, keep giving them a round of applause. Come on, come on, come on.
Amen.
Keep the round of applause going. Let's encourage our models. Give a round of applause to the designer. Come on, come on. Woo!
All of the things I'm talking about, yeah. Try what you not do if you're not the fear, yeah. Mama did they tell me to decide, yeah. Those are come my head, yo, cause I don't pray, my man, I don't pray, come on, man. I can't stay for one place, because say, my day, take my parents from love.
Wow. Worth the wait, right, guys? Great. So Mishna Fashion House and Labika Wear are two of Canadians' most exciting fashion brands, and we are thrilled to have been able to celebrate their success tonight. I am so impressed by the talent and creativity of designers. I think one of my favorite things seeing walking on the runway was probably skirts with pockets, because usually you don't get a lot of that. So their work is truly inspiring, and I'm proud to see these designers are committed to sustainability, diversity, and collaboration, as these are all important values. So once again, a round of applause to both our designers. They were amazing, and a huge shout out to our models. I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming to the Black Advisory Hub Fashion Show tonight, and we hope you enjoyed seeing some of the amazing work these designers are doing. And I even saw a little something for the men, so you guys weren't left out of this one. So now I'm going to call up my host, our MC with the mostest. That was me, but now it's Joey. Joey, please come take it away.
Okay, I can confidently say now is the time we're waiting for. And now is the time that we've been waiting for. The announcement of the Pitch Masters winners. This year's cohort has learned a great deal of invaluable advice and information on how to envision, plan, market, and execute their entrepreneurial dreams. And to present the pitch prizes is Latanya Monteith Hussein from TD Bank. We have Samar Moudawi, the Program Manager for the Diversity Institute at Toronto Metropolitan University. And we have Osholene Ubiomo, the Special Advisor. If we could have all of these three people to the stage, please, to present the awards to this year's successful winners.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to represent TD Canada Trust, and I am the Regional Manager for the Black Community Business Development, which is part of the diverse segment strategy that TD has that addresses specifically the Black community, and we target the Black colleague, the Black client, and the Black community. Through TD Ready Commitment, we are happy to provide funds that the awardees will use in their businesses to either start or expand. So congratulations to them in advance as their names are called. So the first person to the stage is Stephanie Martin from Side Hustle Mastermind. Stephanie's on her way. Congratulations, Stephanie. The second person is Zainab Williams, Fund Evolve. I'll call the other name, Abiola Alifa, Abilex Company. And finally, from my list, Toro Ogan, Your Beautiful Name. And Toro has a cheerleading squad. Congratulations again, and all the best in your business.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamar Mudawi, and I'm here representing the Diversity Institute of the Toronto Metropolitan University. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of the 13th edition of the FAO and to celebrate the winners of this year's pitch competition. Before I announce the winners, I'd like to start by recognizing the incredible participants who invested time and effort into this competition, and congratulations to the winners. I'll be announcing 3 names. So the first name is Asli Karaman, Operations Avenue. The second name on my list is Melissa Paul, Three Fires International. The third on my list is Ruth Ario, Wazobia Bakery.
Wow, thank you, thank you. Let's give a hands of applause for the organizer, CASA. This is beautiful, job well done. I'm here today representing the member of Provincial Parliament for Scarborough Centre, MPP David Smith. I was actually on my way out because I had to catch up with another appointment, but he says this is too important, I need you to get back in there. And this shows the important work that we're doing and the reason why he is interested in contributing his part to see that we move forward gracefully and successfully. I am told that there are 50 participants in this competition for the pitch, and 10 made it. So as my friend here says, it's a job well done and we need to congratulate them. So Yes, yes, it is. Do you know what it means to win $10,000 each from TD? We need to clap and encourage this big success. Yes, yes, goodness. Thank you, TD. All right, so I have 3 names to call, and the first is Kada Edwards Pierre. Woo, yes, yes, from True to Soul Network. Yes, yes, ooh! Beautiful, beautiful. Congratulations. 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 Welcome. All right. So now we go with the next one. Who is Keno Akbomi from Fox Events? Where is the person? Where is Keno Akbomi? All right, so the third is Asha Wilden from Kula Foods. All right, and I really want to acknowledge this young woman, mother and child, doing good work. Thank you. All right. May I add that the reason why the MPP, David Smith, is very interested in seeing what he can do to enhance the good work already being done. It's in his position as parliamentary assistant to the minister himself, David Pichini, who is the Ontario's Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. Some of the things you're speaking about with regards to grants fall directly under his jurisdiction. So yes, he will be willing to cooperate with you all. I can't read all the speech because time has gone, but I want you to know that he wishes to be, he was here, and he does acknowledge your the greatness that this event brings to the Ontario community as a whole. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of our presenters, and a heartfelt congratulations to our winners. You must be beaming with pride, and as you should be. And we hope this support helps to propel your business to new heights and encourages you and give you the hope that you can do it. I now invite our very own Dr. Olu to the stage, who will have a few remarks before we wrap up our session. Thank you.
So much. Thank you everyone, and thank you again to our sponsor, TD Bank. This is such a momentous occasion for us. You know, we've been running, this has been on for 6 months, you know. We just don't bring people to the pitch stage to make their presentations. They run through what you call the Black Advisory Hub, an accelerator program. And that runs consistently. You know, I'm sure you heard Odo and a couple of other professors, Cheryl Bedard, and so on, faculty members right here in the room with us, training them on how to make their business plans, how to put structure behind their businesses, so that even if you have husband and wife running a business, you know what I mean? There must be a way, a structure, accountability, you know, transparency, and reporting also to regulatory authorities and things like that. And so that's what some of the faculty members bring to the table, creating the structure and so on. Some of our judges are in the room tonight. Ida Slovato and Wendy Shukia was here a couple of minutes ago. Christophe Ronsoy is still here, judging every step of the way and supporting us. TD Bank executives particularly need to be thanked because we had 11 judges, 11 of them from TD Bank this year. Thank you so much again. They gave their time, they gave their talent, they gave their feedback. And of course, more importantly, the fact that TD Bank can actually commit to this type of funding for our entrepreneurs, and the funding is for 3 years consistently. Let them complete the program with you. As long as they complete it, they have an opportunity to stand on stage and present their pitch. So 50 founders, 10 shortlisted tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm applause again. Thank you. Thank you. The other winners, I reckon, are from Western Canada. I'm not sure if you have them on Zoom, but they're supposed to join you. But anyway, the structure then is usually once you make the announcement. Before now, we would have made some presentations right on stage, but because you had the pitch yesterday and the results came out today, we can't have your checks ready. But what we usually do, is that TD is here. You can see the logo right there. So they know who the winners are, and then they would make sure that we will make sure that we send the presentations to you, because this is this is why what makes the system credible. We didn't know, and that's why you could see some of us jumping up, because they have to take all the decisions. We're too emotionally connected to you to be making such decisions. All right. So that's the structure, ladies and gentlemen. These are our winners for 2023 Pitch Masters program by CASA Foundation, and we're wrapping that up today. And you will be getting your checks. You get the email and all of that. Now, I must mention quickly that this is the 4th iteration of the Pitch Masters program, which started in 2021. And so in the magazine, if you have a copy of the magazine on your table, you flip through, you will see the winners for 2021, all listed duly, their businesses, their names. You see for 2022, and now you are 2023. So I'm sure the next time we see that brochure, your names would have been added again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. You can make sure you take a shot with them and so on. It's also important to mention that the fashion show that you just watched, Fomi McNatt was one of the winners of the Pitch program, and that's why they're able to do a lot of this. It's really important. At some point, somebody asked a question during the fireside chat that not everybody needs a loan. So some people need to start. Not everybody needs 25K or 250K. So they have 5,000. It's a bridge. They can get started in their own little way. And then by the time they do their papers and all of that, they can prepare themselves to go for 25 or 250 or go for 50, depending on who wants to support them. But this is just a bridge, and it's a grant. Thank you again, everyone, for participating. Yeah.
Okay, now we wrap up the Friends of Africa 2023 Economic Summit. It has truly been my honor to be your master of ceremonies. At times it's been rocky for me, and I'm glad you can laugh, because this is life. Many thanks to CASA Foundation and for all of their work, and the message really is this: let's do it together. We've heard what we have to do, we know what we have to do, and we can do it together. I also wish to thank our delegates for joining us online, sur le ligne en français, and your participation both here and online and virtual is very much appreciated. After this, do break for a light dinner outside, and do visit our state-of-the-art Friends of Africa photo booth to capture your memories and maybe dance a little bit. And feel free to meet one another, talk, collaborate, because something great might just be around the corner. Merci à tous. Thank you, everybody. We can't wait to see you until next year, the Friends of Africa 2024. Until then, à bientôt. Thank you. God bless, and be safe. Thank you.